Chapter 11 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This librivox recording is in the public domain. The Boardman box factory was afire. All South Zenith was agitated by the glare on the low-hung clouds, the smell of scorched timber, the infernal bells of charging fire apparatus. Miles of small wooden houses west of the factory were threatened, and shawled women, tousled men in trousers over nightshirts, tumbled out of bed and came running with a thick mutter of footsteps in the night-chilled streets. With professional calmness, firemen in helmets were stoking the dripping engines. Policemen tramped in front of the press of people, swinging their clubs, shouting, "Get back there, you!" The fire line was sacred. Only the factory owner and the reporters were admitted. A crazy-eyed factory hand was stopped by a police sergeant. "My tools are in there!" he shrieked. "That don't make no never minds," bawled the strutting sergeant. "Nobody can't get through here." But one got through. They heard the blang 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 of a racing ambulance, incessant, furious, defiant. Without orders, the crowd opened, and through them, almost grazing them, slid the huge grey car. At the back, haughty in white uniform, nonchalant on a narrow seat, was the doctor, Martin Arrowsmith. The crowd admired him. The policemen sprang to receive him. "Where's the fireman got hurt?" he snapped. "Over in that shed," cried the police sergeant, running beside the ambulance. "Drive over closer. Never mind the smoke," Martin barked at the driver. A lieutenant of firemen led him to a pile of sawdust on which was huddled an unconscious youngster, his face bloodless and clammy. "He's got a bad case of smoke from the green lumber and keeled over. Fine kid. Is he a goner?" the lieutenant begged. Martin knelt by the man, felt his pulse, listened to his breathing. Brusquely opening a black bag, he gave him a hypodermic of strychnine and held a vial of ammonia to his nose. "He'll come round. Here, you two, get him into the ambulance. Hustle!" The police sergeant and the newest probationer patrolman sprang together, and together they mumbled, "All right, Doc." To Martin came the chief reporter of the Advocate-Times. In years he was only 29, but he was the oldest and perhaps the most cynical man in the world. He had interviewed senators. He had discovered graft in charity societies and even in prize fights. There were fine wrinkles beside his eyes. He rolled Bull Durham cigarettes constantly, and his opinion of man's honor and woman's virtue was but low. Yet to Martin, or at least to the doctor, he was polite. "Will he pull through, Doc?" he twanged. "Sure, I think so. Suffocation. Heart still going." Martin yelped the last words from the step at the back of the ambulance as it went bumping and rocking through the factory yard, through the bitter smoke, toward the shrinking crowd. He owned and commanded the city, he and the driver. They ignored traffic regulations. They disdained the people, returning from theaters and movies, who dotted the streets which unrolled before the flying grey hood. "Let him get out of the way!" The traffic officer at Chickasaw and 20th heard them coming, speeding like the midnight express. "Rrrr, blang blang, blang blang," and cleared the noisy corner. People were jammed against the curb, threatened by rearing horses and backing motors, and past them hurled the ambulance, with the doctor holding a strap and swinging easily on his perilous seat. At the hospital the hall man cried, "Shooting case in the arbor, Doc." "All right, wait till I sneak in a drink," said Martin placidly. On the way to his room, he passed the open door of the hospital laboratory, with its hacked bench, its lifeless rows of flasks and test tubes. "Huh, that stuff, poking round labs. This is real sure enough life," he exulted, and he did not permit himself to see the vision of Max Gottlieb waiting there, so gaunt, so tired, so patient. Part 2. The 6 interns in Zenith General, including Martin and Angus Dewar, lived in a long dark room with 6 camp beds, and 6 bureaus fantastic with photographs and ties and undarned socks. They spent hours sitting on their beds, arguing surgery versus internal medicine, planning the dinners which they hoped to enjoy on their nights off, and explaining to Martin, as the only married man, the virtues of the various nurses with whom, one by one, they fell in love. Martin found the hospital routine slightly dull. Though he developed the intern's walk, that quick corridor step, with the stethoscope conspicuous in the pocket, he could not, develop the bedside manner. He was sorry for the bruised, yellowed, suffering patients, always changing as to individuals and never changing as a mass of drab pain, but when he had thrice dressed a wound, he had had enough. He wanted to go on to new experiences. Yet the ambulance work outside the hospital was endlessly stimulating to his pride. The doctor, and the doctor alone, was safe by night in the slum called the Arbor. His black bag was a pass. Policemen saluted him, prostitutes bowed to him without mockery, saloon keepers called out, "Evenin', Doc," and hold-up men stood back in doorways to let him pass. Martin had power, the first obvious power in his life, and he was led into incessant adventure. He took a bank president out of a dive. He helped the family conceal the disgrace. He irritably refused their bribe, and afterward, when he thought of how he might have dined with Leora, he was sorry he had refused it. He broke into hotel rooms reeking with gas and revived would-be suicides. He drank Trinidad rum with a congressman who advocated prohibition. He attended a policeman assaulted by strikers, and a striker assaulted by policemen. He assisted at an emergency abdominal operation at 3 o'clock in the morning. The operating room, white tile walls and white tile floor and glittering frosted glass skylight, seemed lined with firelit ice, and the large incandescents glared on the glass instrument cases, the cruel little knives. The surgeon, in long white gown, white turban, and pale orange rubber gloves, made his swift incision in the square of yellowish flesh exposed between towels, cutting deep into layers of fat, and Martin looked on unmoved as the first blood menacingly followed the cut. And a month after, during the Chalusa River flood, he worked for 76 hours, with half-hours of sleep in the ambulance or on a police station table. He landed from a boat at what had been the second story of a tenement and delivered a baby on the top floor. He bound up heads and arms for a line of men, but what gave him glory was the perfectly foolhardy feat of swimming the flood to save 5 children marooned and terrified on a bobbing church pew. The newspapers gave him large headlines, and when he had returned to kiss Leora and sleep 12 hours, he lay and thought about research with salty self-defensive scorn. Gottlieb, the poor old impractical fusser, I'd like to see him swim that current, jeered Dr. Arrowsmith to Martin. But on night duty alone, he had to face the self he had been afraid to uncover, and he was homesick for the laboratory, for the thrill of uncharted discoveries, the quest below the surface and beyond the moment, the search for fundamental laws which the scientist, however blasphemously and colloquially he may describe it, exalts above temporary healing as the religious exalts the nature and terrible glory of God above pleasant daily virtues. With this sadness there was envy that he should be left out of things, that others should go ahead of him, ever surer in technique, more widely aware of the phenomena of biological chemistry, more deeply daring to explain laws at which the pioneers had but fumbled and hinted. In his second year of internship, when the thrills of fires and floods and murder became as obvious a routine as bookkeeping, when he had seen the strangely few ways in which mankind can contrive to injure themselves and slaughter one another, when it was merely wearing to have to live up to the pretentiousness of being the doctor, Martin tried to satisfy and perhaps kill his guilty scientific lust by voluntarily scrabbling about the hospital laboratory, correlating the blood counts in pernicious anemia. His trifling with the drug of research was risky. Amid the bustle of operations, he began to picture the rapt quietude of the laboratory. "I better cut this out," he said to Leora. "If I'm going to settle down in Wheatsylvania and tend to business and make a living, and I by golly am." Dean Silva often came to the hospital on consultations. He passed through the lobby one evening when Leora, returned from the office where she was a stenographer, was meeting Martin for dinner. Martin introduced them, and the little man held her hand, purred at her, and squeaked, "Will you children give me the pleasure of taking you to dinner? My wife has deserted me. I am a lone and misanthropic man." He trotted between them, round and happy. Martin and he were not student and teacher, but two doctors together, for Dean Silva was one pedagogue who could still be interested in a man who no longer sat at his feet. He led the two starvelings to a chop house, and in a settle-walled booth he craftily stuffed them with roast goose and mugs of ale. He concentrated on Leora, but his talk was of Martin. "Your husband must be an artist healer, not a picker of trifles like these laboratory men." "But Gottlieb's no picker of trifles," insisted Martin. "No, but with him it's a difference of one's gods. Gottlieb's gods are the cynics, the destroyers, crepe-hangers, the vulgar call 'em, Diderot and Voltaire and Elser. Great men, wonder-workers, yet men that had more fun destroying other people's theories than creating their own. But my gods now, they're the men who took the discoveries of Gottlieb's gods and turned them to the use of human beings, made them come alive. All credit to the men who invented paint and canvas, but there's more credit, eh? To the Raphaels and Holbeins who used those discoveries. Laennec and Osler, those are the men. It's all very fine, this business of pure research, seeking the truth unhampered by commercialism or fame-chasing, getting to the bottom, ignoring consequences and practical uses. But do you realize, if you carry that idea far enough, a man could justify himself for doing nothing but count the cobblestones on Warehouse Avenue, yes, and justify himself for torturing people just to see how they screamed, and then sneer at a man who is making millions of people well and happy. No, no. Mrs. Arrowsmith, this lad Martin is a passionate fellow, not a drudge. He must be passionate on behalf of mankind. He's chosen the highest calling in the world, but he's a feckless, experimental devil. You must keep him at it, my dear, and not let the world lose the benefit of his passion. After this solemnity, Dad Silva took them to a musical comedy and sat between them, patting Martin's shoulder, patting Leora's arm, choking with delight when the comedian stepped into the pail of whitewash. In midnight volubility, Martin and Leora sputtered their affection for him, and saw their Wheatsylvania venture as glory and salvation. But a few days before the end of Martin's internship and their migration to North Dakota, they met Max Gottlieb on the street. Martin had not seen him for more than a year. Leora never. He looked worried and ill. While Martin was agonizing as to whether to pass with a bow, Gottlieb stopped. "How is everything, Martin?" he said cordially, but his eyes said, "Why have you never come back to me?" The boy stammered something, nothing, and when Gottlieb had gone by, stooped and moving as in pain, he longed to run after him. Leora was demanding, "Is that the Professor Gottlieb you're always talking about?" "Yes. Say, how does he strike you?" "I don't. Sandy, he's the greatest man I've ever seen. I don't know how I know, but he is. Dr. Silva is a darling, but that was a great man. I wish we were going to see him again. There's the first man I ever laid eyes on that I'd leave you for, if he wanted me. He's he's like a sword. No, he's like a brain walking. "Oh, Sandy, he looked so wretched. I wanted to cry. I'll black his shoes." God, so would I. But in the bustle of leaving Zenith, the excitement of the journey to East-Sylvania, the scramble of his state examinations, the dignity of being a practicing physician, he forgot Gottlieb, and on that Dakota prairie, radiant in early June, with meadowlarks on every fence post, he began his work. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. At the moment when Martin met him on the street, Gottlieb was ruined. Max Gottlieb was a German Jew born in Saxony in 1850. Though he took his medical degree at Heidelberg, he was never interested in practicing medicine. He was a follower of Helmholtz, and youthful researches in the physics of sound convinced him of the need of the quantitative method in the medical sciences. Then Koch's discoveries drew him into biology. Always an elaborately careful worker, a maker of long rows of figures, always realizing the presence of uncontrollable variables, always a vicious assailant of what he considered slackness or lie or pomposity, never too kindly to well-intentioned stupidity, he worked in the laboratories of Koch, of Pasteur. He followed the early statements of Pearson in biometrics. He drank beer and wrote vitriolic letters. He voyaged to Italy and England and Scandinavia, and casually, between 2 days, he married, as he might have bought a coat or hired a housekeeper, the patient and wordless daughter of a Gentile merchant. Then began a series of experiments, very important, very undramatic sounding, very long, and exceedingly unappreciated. Back in 1881 he was confirming Pasteur's results in chicken cholera immunity and, for relief and pastime, trying to separate an enzyme from yeast. A few years later, living on the tiny inheritance from his father, a petty banker, and quite carelessly and cheerfully exhausting it, he was analyzing critically the ptomaine theory of disease and investigating the mechanism of the attenuation of virulence of microorganisms. He got thereby small fame. Perhaps he was overcautious, and more than the devil or starvation, he hated men who rushed into publication unprepared. Though he meddled little in politics, considering them the most repetitious and least scientific of human activities, he was a sufficiently patriotic German to hate the Junkers. As a youngster, he had a fight or two with ruffling subalterns. Once he spent a week in jail. Often he was infuriated by discriminations against Jews, and at 40 he went sadly off to America, which could never become militaristic or anti-Semitic, to the Hoagland Laboratory in Brooklyn, then to Queen City University as professor of bacteriology. Here he made his first investigation of toxin-antitoxin reactions. He announced that antibodies accepting antitoxin had no relation to the immune state of an animal, and while he himself was being ragingly denounced in the small but hectic world of scientists, he dealt calmly and most brutally with Yerson's and Marmorek's theories of sera. His dearest dream, now and for years of racking research, was the artificial production of antitoxin, its production in vitro. Once he was prepared to publish, but he found an error and rigidly suppressed his notes. All the while he was lonely. There was apparently no one in Queen City who regarded him as other than a cranky Jew catching microbes by their little tails and leering at them. No work for a tall man at a time when heroes were building bridges, experimenting with horseless carriages, writing the first of the poetic, compelling ads, and selling miles of calico and cigars. In 1899 he was called to the University of Winnemac as professor of bacteriology in the medical school, and here he drudged on for a dozen years. Not once did he talk of results of the sort called practical. Not once did he cease warring on the post hoc propter hoc conclusions which still make up most medical lore. Not once did he fail to be hated by his colleagues, who were respectful to his face, uncomfortable in feeling his ironic power, but privily joyous to call him Mephisto, diabolist, killjoy, pessimist, destructive critic, flippant cynic, scientific bounder, lacking in dignity and seriousness, intellectual snob, pacifist, anarchist, atheist, Jew. They said, with reason, that he was so devoted to pure science, to art for art's sake, that he would rather have people die by the right therapy than be cured by the wrong. Having built a shrine for humanity, he wanted to kick out of it all mere human beings. The total number of his papers, in a brisk scientific realm, where really clever people published 5 times a year, was not more than 25 in 30 years. They were all exquisitely finished, all easily reduplicated, and checked by the doubtfulest critics. At Mohalis he was pleased by large facilities for work, by excellent assistants, endless glassware, plenty of guinea pigs, enough monkeys, but he was bored by the round of teaching, and melancholy again in a lack of understanding friends. Always he sought someone to whom he could talk without suspicion or caution. He was human enough when he meditated upon the exaltation of doctors bold through ignorance, of inventors who were but tinkers magnified, to be irritated by his lack of fame in America, even in Mohalis, and to complain, not too nobly. He had never dined with a duchess, never received a prize, never been interviewed, never produced anything which the public could understand, nor experienced anything since his schoolboy's amours which nice people could regard as romantic. He was, in fact, an authentic scientist. He was of the great benefactors of humanity. There will never, in any age, be an effort to end the great epidemics or the petty infections which will not have been influenced by Max Gottlieb's researches, for he was not one who tagged and prettily classified bacteria and protozoa. He sought their chemistry, the laws of their existence and destruction, basic laws, for the most part unknown after a generation of busy biologists. Yet they were right to call him pessimist, for this man who, as much as any other, will have been the cause of reducing infectious diseases to almost zero, often doubted the value of reducing infectious diseases at all. He reflected, it was an international debate in which he was joined by a few and damned by many, that 6 generations, nearly free from epidemics, would produce a race so low in natural immunity that when a great plague, suddenly springing from almost zero to a world-smothering cloud, appeared again, it might wipe out the world entire, so that the measures to save lives to which he lent his genius might in the end be the destruction of all human life. He meditated that if science and public hygiene did remove tuberculosis and the other major plagues, the world was grimly certain to become so overcrowded, to become such a universal slave-packed shambles, that all beauty and ease and wisdom would disappear in a famine-driven scamper for existence. Yet these speculations never checked his work. If the future became overcrowded, the future must by birth control or otherwise look to itself. Perhaps it would, he reflected. But even this drop of wholesome optimism was lacking in his final doubts, for he doubted all progress of the intellect and the emotions. And he doubted, most of all, the superiority of divine mankind to the cheerful dogs, the infallibly graceful cats, the unmoral and unagitated and irreligious horses, the superbly adventuring seagulls. While medical quacks, manufacturers of patent medicines, chewing gum salesmen, and high priests of advertising lived in large houses attended by servants, and took their sacred persons abroad in limousines, Max Gottlieb dwelt in a cramped cottage whose paint was peeling, and rode to his laboratory on an ancient and squeaky bicycle. Gottlieb himself protested rarely. He was not so unreasonable, usually, as to demand both freedom and the fruits of popular slavery. "Why," he once said to Martin, "should the world pay me for doing what I want and what they do not want?" In his house there was but one comfortable chair. On his desk were letters, long, intimate, and respectful, from the great ones of France and Germany, Italy and Denmark, and from scientists whom Great Britain so much valued that she gave them titles almost as high as those which she rewarded distillers, cigarette manufacturers, and the owners of obscene newspapers. But poverty kept him from fulfillment of his summer longing to sit beneath the poplars by the Rhine or the tranquil Seine, at a table on whose checkered cloth were bread and cheese and wine and dusky cherries, those ancient and holy simplicities of all the world. Part 2. Max Gottlieb's wife was thick and slow-moving and mute. At 60 she had not learned to speak easy English, and her German was of the small-town bourgeois, who paid their debts and overeat and grow red. If he was not confidential with her, if at table he forgot her in long reflections, neither was he unkind or impatient, and he depended on her housekeeping, her warming of his old-fashioned nightgown. She had not been well of late. She had nausea and indigestion, but she kept on with her work. Always you heard her old slippers slapping about the house. They had 3 children, all born when Gottlieb was over 38. Miriam, the youngest, an ardent child who had a touch at the piano, an instinct about Beethoven, and hatred for the ragtime popular in America, an older sister who was nothing in particular, and their boy Robert Koch Gottlieb. He was a wild thing and a distress. They sent him, with anxiety over the cost, to a smart school near Zenith, where he met the sons of manufacturers and discovered a taste for fast motors and eccentric clothes, and no taste whatever for studying. At home he clamored that his father was a tightwad. When Gottlieb sought to make it clear that he was a poor man, the boy answered that out of his poverty he was always sneaking spending money on his researches. He had no right to do that and shame his son. Let the confounded university provide him with material. Part 3. There were few of Gottlieb's students who saw him and his learning as anything but hurdles to be leaped as quickly as possible. One of the few was Martin Arrowsmith. However harshly he may have pointed out Martin's errors, however loftily he may have seemed to ignore his devotion, Gottlieb was aware of Martin as Martin of him. He planned vast things. If Martin really desired his help, Gottlieb could be as modest personally as he was egotistic and swaggering in competitive science. He would make the boy's career his own. During Martin's minute original research, Gottlieb rejoiced in his willingness to abandon conventional and convenient theories of immunology, and in the exasperated carefulness with which he checked results. When Martin, for unknown reasons, became careless, when he was obviously drinking too much, obviously mixed up in some absurd personal affair, it was tragic hunger for friends and flaming respect for excellent work which drove Gottlieb to snarl at him. Of the apologies demanded by Silva he had no notion. He would have raged. He waited for Martin to return. He blamed himself. Fool, there was a fine spirit. You should have known one does not use a platinum loop for shoveling coal. As long as he could, while Martin was dishwashing and wandering on improbable trains between impossible towns, he put off the appointment of a new assistant. Then all his wistfulness chilled to anger. He considered Martin a traitor and put him out of his mind. Part 4. It is possible that Max Gottlieb was a genius. Certainly he was mad as any genius. He did, during the period of Martin's internship in Zenith General, a thing more preposterous than any of the superstitions at which he scoffed. He tried to become an executive and a reformer. He, the cynic, the anarch, tried to found an institution, and he went at it like a spinster organizing a league to keep small boys from learning naughty words. He conceived that there might, in this world, be a medical school which should be altogether scientific, ruled by exact quantitative biology and chemistry, with spectacle fitting and most of surgery ignored, and he further conceived that such an enterprise might be conducted at the University of Winnemac. He tried to be practical about it. Oh, he was extremely practical and plausible. I admit we should not be able to turn out doctors to cure village bellyaches, and ordinary physicians are admirable and altogether necessary, perhaps. But there are too many of them already, and on the practical side, you give me 20 years of a school that is precise and cautious, and we shall cure diabetes, maybe tuberculosis and cancer, and all these arthritis things that the carpenters shake their heads at them and call them rheumatism. So. He did not desire the control of such a school, nor any credit. He was too busy. But at a meeting of the American Academy of Sciences, he met one Dr. Entwistle, a young physiologist from Harvard, who would make an excellent dean. Entwistle admired him, and sounded him on his willingness to be called to Harvard. When Gottlieb outlined his new sort of medical school, Entwistle was fervent. "Nothing I'd like so much as to have a chance at a place like that," he fluttered, and Gottlieb went back to Mohalis triumphant. He was the more assured because, though he sardonically refused it, he was at this time offered the medical deanship of the University of West Chippewa. So simple or so insane was he that he wrote to Dean Silva, politely bidding him step down and hand over his school, his work, his life, to an unknown teacher in Harvard. A courteous old gentleman was Dad Silva, a fit disciple of Osler, but this incredible letter killed his patience. He replied that while he could see the value of basic research, the medical school belonged to the people of the state, and its task was to provide them with immediate and practical attention. For himself, he hinted, if he ever believed that the school would profit by his resignation, he would go at once, but he needed a rather broader suggestion than a letter from one of his own subordinates. Gottlieb retorted with spirit and indiscretion. He damned the people of the state of Winnemac. Were they, in their present condition of nincompoopery, worth any sort of attention? He unjustifiably took his demand over Silva's head to that great orator and patriot, Dr. Horace Greeley Truscott, president of the university. President Truscott said, "Really, I'm too engrossed to consider chimerical schemes, however ingenious they may be." "You are too busy to consider anything but selling honorary degrees to millionaires for gymnasiums," remarked Gottlieb. Next day he was summoned to a special meeting of the University Council. As head of the medical department of bacteriology, Gottlieb was a member of this all-ruling body, and when he entered the long council chamber, with its gilt ceiling, its heavy maroon curtains, its somber paintings of pioneers, he started for his usual seat, unconscious of the knot of whispering members, meditating on far-off, absorbing things. Professor Gottlieb, will you please sit down there at the far end of the table?" called President Truscott. Then Gottlieb was aware of tensions. He saw that out of the 7 members of the Board of Regents, the 4 who lived in or near Zenith were present. He saw that sitting beside Truscott was not the dean of the academic department, but Dean Silva. He saw that however easily they talked, they were looking at him through the mist of their chatter. President Truscott announced, "Gentlemen, this joint meeting of the Council and the Regents is to consider charges against Professor Max Gottlieb, preferred by his dean and by myself." Gottlieb suddenly looked old. These charges are disloyalty to his dean, his president, his regents, and to the state of Winnemac, disloyalty to recognized medical and scholastic ethics, insane egotism, atheism, persistent failure to collaborate with his colleagues, and such inability to understand practical affairs as makes it dangerous to let him conduct the important laboratories and classes with which we have entrusted him. Gentlemen, I shall now prove each of these points from Professor Gottlieb's own letters to Dean Silva. He proved them. The chairman of the Board of Regents suggested, "Gottlieb, I think it would simplify things if you just handed us your resignation and permitted us to part in good feeling instead of having the unpleasant, 'I'm damned if I will resign.'" Gottlieb was on his feet, a lean fury. "Because you all have schoolboy minds, golf links minds, you are twisting my expression, and perfectly accurate expression, of a sound revolutionary ideal, which would personally to me be of no value or advantage whatever, into a desire to steal promotions. That fools should judge honor." His long forefinger was a fishhook, reaching for President Truscott's soul. "No, I will not resign. You can cast me out." "I'm afraid, then, we must ask you to leave the room while we vote." The president was very suave for so large and strong and hearty a man. Gottlieb rode his wavering bicycle to the laboratory. It was by telephone message from a brusque girl clerk in the president's office that he was informed that his resignation had been accepted. He agonized. "Discharge me? They couldn't. I am the chief glory, the only glory, of this shopkeeper's school." When he comprehended they very much had discharged him, he was shamed that he should have given them a chance to kick him out. But the really dismaying thing was that he should, by an effort to be a politician, have interrupted the sacred work. He required peace and a laboratory at once. They'd see what fools they were when they heard that Harvard had called him. He was eager for the mellower ways of Cambridge and Boston. Why had he remained so long in raw Mohalis? He wrote to Dr. Entwistle, hinting that he was willing to hear an offer. He expected a telegram. He waited a week, then had a long letter from Entwistle admitting that he had been premature in speaking for the Harvard faculty. Entwistle presented the faculty's compliments and their hope that sometime they might have the honor of his presence, but as things were now... Gottlieb wrote to the University of West Chippewa that, after all, he was willing to think about their medical deanship, and had answer that the place was filled, that they had not greatly liked the tone of his former letter, and they did not care to go into the matter further. At 61, Gottlieb had saved but a few $100s, literally a few hundred. Like any bricklayer out of work, he had to have a job or go hungry. He was no longer a genius, impatient of interrupted creation, but a shabby schoolmaster in disgrace. He prowled through his little brown house, fingering papers, staring at his wife, staring at old pictures, staring at nothing. He still had a month of teaching. They had dated ahead the resignation, which they had written for him, but he was too dispirited to go to the laboratory. He felt unwanted, almost unsafe. His ancient sureness was broken into self-pity. He waited from delivery to delivery for the mail. Surely there would be aid from somebody who knew what he was, what he meant. There were many friendly letters about research, but the sort of men with whom he corresponded did not listen to intercollegiate faculty tattle nor know of his need. He could not, after the Harvard mischance and the West Chippewa rebuke, approach the universities or the scientific institutes, and he was too proud to write begging letters to the men who revered him. No, he would be businesslike. He applied to a Chicago teachers' agency and received a stilted answer promising to look about and inquiring whether he would care to take the position of teacher of physics and chemistry in a suburban high school. Before he had sufficiently recovered from his fury to be able to reply, his household was overwhelmed by his wife's sudden agony. She had been unwell for months. He had wanted her to see a physician, but she had refused, and all the while she was stolidly terrified by the fear that she had cancer of the stomach. Now when she began to vomit blood, she cried to him for help. The Gottlieb who scoffed at medical credos, at carpenters and pill-mongers, had forgotten what he knew of diagnosis, and when he was ill, or his family, he called for the doctor as desperately as any backwoods layman to whom illness was the black malignity of unknown devils. In unbelievable simplicity, he considered that, as his quarrel with Silva was not personal, he could still summon him, and this time he was justified. Silva came, full of excessive benignity, chuckling to himself. When he's got something the matter, he doesn't run for Aranjuez or Jacques Loeb, but for me. Into the meager cottage the little man brought strength, and Gottlieb gazed down on him trustingly. Mrs. Gottlieb was suffering. Silva gave her morphine. Not without satisfaction, he learned that Gottlieb did not even know the dose. He examined her. His pudgy hands had the sensitiveness, if not the precision, of Gottlieb's skeleton fingers. He peered about the airless bedroom, the dark green curtains, the crucifix on the dumpy bureau, the color print of a virtuously voluptuous maiden. He was bothered by an impression of having recently been in the room. He remembered. It was the twin of the doleful chamber of a German grocer whom he had seen during a consultation a month ago. He spoke to Gottlieb not as to a colleague or an enemy, but as a patient to be cheered. "Don't think there's any tumorous mass, as of course you know, doctor. You can tell such a lot by the differences in the shape of the lower border of the ribs, and by the surface of the belly during deep breathing." "Oh, yes." "I don't think you need to worry in the least. We'd better hustle her off to the university hospital, and we'll give her a test meal and get her x-rayed and take a look for Boaz-Opler bugs." She was taken away, heavy, inert, carried down the cottage steps. Gottlieb was with her. Whether or not he loved her, whether he was capable of ordinary domestic affection, could not be discovered. The need of turning to Dean Silva had damaged his opinion of his own wisdom. It was the final affront, more subtle and more enervating than the offer to teach chemistry to children. As he sat by her bed, his dark face was blank, and the wrinkles which deepened across that mask may have been sorrow, may have been fear. Nor is it known how, through the secure and uninvaded years, he had regarded his wife's crucifix, which Silva had spied on their bureau, a gaudy plaster crucifix on a box set with gilded shells. Silva diagnosed it as probable gastric ulcer, and placed her on treatment with light and frequent meals. She improved, but she remained in the hospital for 4 weeks, and Gottlieb wondered, are these doctors deceiving us? Is it really cancer, which by their mystic craft they are concealing from me who know not? Robbed of her silent assuring presence, on which night by weary night he had depended, he fretted over his daughters, despaired at their noisy piano practice, their inability to manage the slattern maid. When they had gone to bed, he sat alone in the pale lamplight, unmoving, not reading. He was bewildered. His haughty self was like a robber baron fallen into the hands of rebellious slaves, stooped under a filthy load, the proud eye rheumy and patient with despair, the sword hand chopped off, obscene flies crawling across the gnawed wrist. It was at this time that he encountered Martin and Leora on the street in Zenith. He did not look back when they had passed him, but all that afternoon he brooded on them. That girl, maybe it was she that stole Martin from me, from science. No, he was right. One sees what happens to fools like me. On the day after Martin and Leora had started for Wheatsylvania, singing, Gottlieb went to Chicago to see the teachers' agency. The firm was controlled by a live wire who had once been a county superintendent of schools. He was not much interested. Gottlieb lost his temper. Do you make an endeavor to find positions for teachers, or do you merely send out circulars to amuse yourself? Have you looked up my record? Do you know who I am? The agent roared, Oh, we know about you, all right, all right. I didn't when I first wrote you, but you seem to have a good record as a laboratory man, though I don't see that you've produced anything of the slightest use in medicine. We had hoped to give you a chance such as you or nobody else ever had. John Edtooth, the Oklahoma oil magnate, has decided to found a university that for plant and endowment and individuality will beat anything that's ever been pulled off in education. Biggest gymnasium in the world, with an ex-New York Giant for baseball coach. We thought maybe we might work you in on the bacteriology or the physiology. I guess you could manage to teach that too, if you boned up on it. But we've been making some inquiries from some good friends of ours down Winnemac way, and we find that you're not to be trusted with a position of real responsibility. Why, they fired you for general incompetence. But now that you've had your lesson, do you think you'd be competent to teach practical hygiene in Edtooth University? Gottlieb was so angry that he forgot to speak English, and as all his cursing was in student German, in a creaky, dry voice, the whole scene was very funny indeed to the cackling bookkeeper and the girl stenographers. When he went from that place, Max Gottlieb walked slowly, without purpose, and in his eyes were senile tears. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. No one in the medical world had ever damned more heartily than Gottlieb the commercialism of certain large pharmaceutical firms, particularly Dawson T. Hunziker and Company, Inc. of Pittsburgh. The Hunziker Company was an old and ethical house which dealt only with reputable doctors, or practically only with reputable doctors. It furnished excellent antitoxins for diphtheria and tetanus, as well as the purest of official preparations, with the plainest and most official-looking labels on the swaggeringly modest brown bottles. Gottlieb had asserted that they produced doubtful vaccines, yet he returned from Chicago to write Dawson Hunziker that he was no longer interested in teaching, and he would be willing to work for them on half-time if he might use their laboratories on possibly important research for the rest of the day. When the letter had gone, he sat mumbling. He was certainly not altogether sane. Education, biggest gymnasium in the world, incapable of responsibility. Teaching I can do no more. But Hunziker will laugh at me. I have told the truth about him, and I shall have to... Dear Gott, what shall I do? Into this still frenzy, while his frightened daughters peered at him from doorways, hope glided. The telephone rang. He did not answer it. On the third irascible ring, he took up the receiver and grumbled, Yes, what is it? A twanging nonchalant voice, This M.C. Gottlieb? This is Dr. Gottlieb. Well, I guess you're the party. Hold a wire. Long distance wants you. Then, Professor Gottlieb, this is Dawson Hunziker speaking. From Pittsburgh. My dear fellow, we should be delighted to have you join our staff. But... I believe you have criticized the pharmaceutical houses. Oh, we read the newspaper clippings very efficiently. But we feel that when you come to us and understand the spirit of the old firm better, you'll be enthusiastic. I hope, by the way, I'm not interrupting something. Thus, over certain hundreds of miles from the gold and blue drawing room of his Sewickley home, Hunziker spoke to Max Gottlieb, sitting in his patched easy-chair, and Gottlieb grated, with a forlorn effort at dignity, No, it is all right. Well, we shall be glad to offer you $5,000 a year for a starter, and we shan't worry about the half-time arrangement. We'll give you all the space and technicians and material you need, and you just go ahead and ignore us, and work out whatever seems important to you. Our only request is that if you do find any serums which are of real value to the world, we shall have the privilege of manufacturing them, and if we lose money on 'em, it doesn't matter. We like to make money, if we can do it honestly, but our chief purpose is to serve mankind. Of course, if the serums pay, we shall be only too delighted to give you a generous commission. Now, about practical details. Part 2. Gottlieb, the placidly virulent hater of religious rites, had a religious-seeming custom. Often he knelt by his bed and let his mind run free. It was very much like prayer, though certainly there was no formal invocation, no consciousness of a supreme being, other than Max Gottlieb. This night, as he knelt, with the wrinkles softening in his drawn face, he meditated. I was asinine that I should ever scold the commercialists. This salesman fellow, he has his feet on the ground. How much more authentic the worst counter-jumper than frightened professors. Fine dinars. Freedom. No teaching of imbeciles. Du Heiliger. But he had no contract with Dawson Hunziker. Part 3. In the medical periodicals, the Dawson Hunziker Company published full-page advertisements, most starchy and refined in type, announcing that Professor Max Gottlieb, perhaps the most distinguished immunologist in the world, had joined their staff. In his Chicago clinic, one Dr. Rounsfield chuckled. That's what becomes of these super highbrows. Pardon me if I seem to grin. In the laboratories of Ehrlich and Roux, Bourdet and Sir David Bruce, sorrowing men wailed, how could old Max have gone over to that damned pill peddler? Why didn't he come to us? Oh well, if he didn't want to, voila, he is dead. In the village of Wheatsylvania, in North Dakota, a young doctor protested to his wife. Of all the people in the world, I wouldn't have believed it, Max Gottlieb falling for those crooks. I don't care, said his wife. If he's gone into business, he had some good reason for it. I told you I'd leave you for... Oh well, sighingly, give and forgive. I learned a lot from Gottlieb and I'm grateful for... God, Leora, I wish he hadn't gone wrong. And Max Gottlieb, with his 3 young and a pale, slow-moving wife, was arriving at the station in Pittsburgh, tugging a shabby wicker bag, an immigrant bundle, and a Bond Street dressing case. From the train he had stared up at the valiant cliffs, down to the smoke-tinged splendor of the river, and his heart was young. Here was fiery enterprise, not the flat land and flat mines of Winnemac. At the station entrance, every dingy taxicab seemed radiant to him, and he marched forth a conqueror. Part 4. In the Dawson Hunziker building, Gottlieb found such laboratories as he had never planned, and instead of student assistants, he had an expert who himself had taught bacteriology, as well as 3 swift technicians, one of them German-trained. He was received with acclaim in the private office of Hunziker, which was remarkably like a minor cathedral. Hunziker was bald and businesslike as to skull, but tortoise-spectacled and sentimental of eye. He stood up at his Jacobean desk, gave Gottlieb a Havana cigar, and told him that they had awaited him pantingly. In the enormous staff dining room, Gottlieb found scores of competent young chemists and biologists who treated him with reverence. He liked them. If they talked too much of money, of how much this new tincture of cinchona ought to sell, and how soon their salaries would be increased, yet they were free of the careful pomposities of college instructors. As a youngster, the cap-tilted young Max had been a laughing man, and now, in gusty arguments, his laughter came back. His wife seemed better. His daughter Miriam found an excellent piano teacher. The boy Robert entered college that autumn. They had a spacious though decrepit house. The relief from the droning and the annually repeated, inevitable routine of the classroom was exhilarating, and Gottlieb had never in his life worked so well. He was unconscious of everything outside of his laboratory and a few theaters and concert halls. 6 months passed before he realized that the young technical experts resented what he considered his jolly thrusts at their commercialism. They were tired of his mathematical enthusiasms, and some of them viewed him as an old bore, muttered of him as a Jew. He was hurt, for he liked to be merry with fellow workers. He began to ask questions and to explore the Hunziker building. He had seen nothing of it save his laboratory, a corridor or two, the dining room, and Hunziker's office. However abstracted and impractical, Gottlieb would have made an excellent Sherlock Holmes, if anybody who would have made an excellent Sherlock Holmes would have been willing to be a detective. His mind burned through appearances to actuality. He discovered now that the Dawson-Hunziker Company was quite all he had asserted in earlier days. They did make excellent antitoxins and ethical preparations, but they were also producing a new cancer remedy, manufactured from the orchid, pontifically recommended and possessing all the value of mud. And to various billboard advertising beauty companies, they sold millions of bottles of a complexion cream guaranteed to turn a Canadian Indian guide as lily fair as the angels. This treasure cost 6 cents a bottle to make and $1 over the counter. And the name of Dawson-Hunziker was never connected with it. It was at this time that Gottlieb succeeded in his masterwork after 20 years of seeking. He produced antitoxin in the test tube, which meant that it would be possible to immunize against certain diseases without tediously making sera by the inoculation of animals. It was a revolution, the revolution, in immunology, if he was right. He revealed it at a dinner for which Hunziker had captured a general, a college president, and a pioneer aviator. It was an expansive dinner, with admirable hock, the first decent German wine Gottlieb had drunk in years. He twirled the slender green glass affectionately. He came out of his dreams and became excited, gay, demanding. They applauded him, and for an hour he was a great scientist. Of them all, Hunziker was most generous in his praise. Gottlieb wondered if someone had not tricked this good bald man into intrigues with the beautifiers. Hunziker summoned him to the office next day. Hunziker did his summoning very well indeed, unless it happened to be merely a stenographer. He sent a glossy, morning-coated male secretary, who presented Mr. Hunziker's compliments to the much less glossy Dr. Gottlieb, and hinted with the delicacy of a lilac bud that if it was quite altogether convenient, if it would not in the least interfere with Dr. Gottlieb's experiments, Mr. Hunziker would be flattered to see him in the office at 3:15. When Gottlieb rambled in, Hunziker motioned the secretary out of existence and drew up a tall Spanish chair. "I lay awake half the night thinking about your discovery, Dr. Gottlieb. I've been talking to the technical director and sales manager, and we feel it's the time to strike. We'll patent your method of synthesizing antibodies and immediately put them on the market in large quantities, with a great big advertising campaign, you know, not circus it, of course, strictly high-class ethical advertising. We'll start with anti-diphtheria serum. By the way, when you receive your next check, you'll find we've raised your honorarium to $7,000 a year." Hunziker was a large purring pussycat now, and Gottlieb death still. "Need I say, my dear fellow, that if there's the demand I anticipate, you will have exceedingly large commissions coming." Hunziker leaned back with a manner of, "How's that for glory, my boy?" Gottlieb spoke nervously. "I do not approve of patenting serological processes. They should be open to all laboratories. And I am strongly against premature production or even announcement. I think I am right, but I must check my technique, perhaps improve it, to be sure. Then I should think there should be no objection to market production, but in very small quantities, and in fair competition with others, not under patents. as if this was a dinglebat toy for the Christmas tradings. My dear fellow, I quite sympathize. Personally, I should like nothing so much as to spend my whole life in just producing one priceless scientific discovery without consideration of mere profit. But we have our duty toward the stockholders of the Dawson-Hunziker Company to make money for them. Do you realize that they have, and many of them are poor widows and orphans, invested their little all in our stock, and that we must keep faith? I am helpless. I am but their humble servant. And on the other side, I think we've treated you rather well, Dr. Gottlieb, and we've given you complete freedom, and we intend to go on treating you well. Why, man, you'll be rich. You'll be one of us. I don't like to make any demands, but on this point it's my duty to insist, and I shall expect you at the earliest possible moment to start manufacturing. Gottlieb was 62. The defeat at Winnemac had done something to his courage, and he had no contract with Hunziker. He protested shakily, but as he crawled back to his laboratory, it seemed impossible for him to leave this sanctuary and face the murderous, brawling world, and quite as impossible to tolerate a cheapened and ineffective imitation of his antitoxin. He began, that hour, a sordid strategy which his old proud self would have called inconceivable. He began to equivocate, to put off announcement and production till he should have cleared up a few points, while week on week Hunziker became more threatening. Meantime he prepared for disaster. He moved his family to a smaller house, and gave up every luxury, even smoking. Among his economies was the reduction of his son's allowance. Robert was a square-rigged, swart, tempestuous boy, arrogant where there seemed to be no reason for arrogance, longed for by the anemic, milky sort of girls, yet ever supercilious to them. While his father was alternately proud and amiably sardonic about his own Jewish blood, the boy conveyed to his classmates in college that he was from pure and probably noble German stock. He was welcomed, or half-welcomed, in a motoring, poker-playing, country club set, and he had to have more money. Gottlieb missed $20 from his desk. He who ridiculed conventional honor had the honor, as he had the pride, of a savage old squire. A new misery stained his incessant bitterness at having to deceive Hunziker. He faced Robert with, "My boy, did you take the money from my desk?" Few youngsters could have faced that jut of his hawk nose, the red-veined rage of his sunken eyes. Robert spluttered, then shouted, "Yes, I did, and I've got to have some more. I've got to get some clothes and stuff. It's your fault. You bring me up to train with a lot of fellows that have all the cash in the world, and then you expect me to dress like a hobo." "Stealing." "Rats, what's stealing? You're always making fun of these preachers that talk about sin and truth and honesty, and all those words that have been used so much they don't mean a darn thing, and I don't care. Dawes Hunziker, the old man's son, he told me his dad said you could be a millionaire, and then you keep us strapped like this, and Mom sick. Let me tell you, back in Mohalis, Mom used to slip me a couple of dollars almost every week, and I'm tired of it. If you're going to keep me in rags, I'm going to cut out of college." Gottlieb stormed, but there was no force in it. He did not know, all the next fortnight, what his son was going to do, what himself was going to do. Then, so quietly, that not till they had returned from the cemetery did they realize her passing, his wife died, and the next week his oldest daughter ran off with a worthless, laughing fellow who lived by gambling. Gottlieb sat alone. Over and over he read the book of Job. "Truly the Lord hath smitten me and my house," he whispered. When Robert came in, mumbling that he would be good, the old man lifted to him a blind face, unhearing. But as he repeated the fables of his fathers, it did not occur to him to believe them, or to stoop in fear before their God of wrath, or to gain ease by permitting Hunziker to defile his discovery. He arose in time and went silently to his laboratory. His experiments were as careful as ever, and his assistants saw no change save that he did not lunch in hall. He walked blocks away to a vile restaurant at which he could save 30 cents a day. Part 5. Out of the dimness which obscured the people about him, Miriam emerged. She was 18, the youngest of his brood, squat, and in no way comely save for her tender mouth. She had always been proud of her father, understanding the mysterious and unreasoning compulsions of his science, but she had been in awe till now, when he walked heavily and spoke rarely. She dropped her piano lessons, discharged the maid, studied the cookbook, and prepared for him the fat crisp dishes that he loved. Her regret was that she had never learned German, for he dropped now and then into the speech of his boyhood. He eyed her, and at length, "So, one is with me. Could you endure the poverty if I went away to teach chemistry in a high school?" "Yes, of course. Maybe I could play the piano in a movie theater." He might not have done it without her loyalty, but when Dawson Hunziker next paraded into the laboratory, demanding, "Now look here, we've fussed long enough. We got to put your stuff on the market." Then Gottlieb answered, "No. If you wait till I have done all I can, maybe 1 year, maybe 3, you shall have it, but not till I am sure. No." Hunziker went off huffily, and Gottlieb prepared for sentence. Then the card of Dr. A. DeWitt Tubbs, director of the McGurk Institute of Biology of New York, was brought to him. Gottlieb knew of Tubbs. He had never visited McGurk, but he considered it, next to Rockefeller and McCormick, the soundest and freest organization for pure scientific research in the country. And if he had pictured a heavenly laboratory in which good scientists might spend eternity in happy and thoroughly impractical research, he would have devised it in the likeness of McGurk. He was mildly pleased that its director should have called on him. Dr. A. DeWitt Tubbs was tremendously whiskered on all visible spots save his nose and temples and the palms of his hands, short but passionately whiskered, like a Scotch terrier. Yet they were not comic whiskers. They were the whiskers of dignity, and his eyes were serious, his step an earnest trot, his voice a piping solemnity. "Dr. Gottlieb, this is a great pleasure. I have heard your papers at the Academy of Sciences, but, to my own loss, I have hitherto failed to have an introduction to you." Gottlieb tried not to sound embarrassed. Tubbs looked at the assistants like a plotter in a political play, and hinted, "May we have a talk?" Gottlieb led him to his office, overlooking a vast bustle of side tracks, of curving rails and brown freight cars, and Tubbs urged, "It has come to our attention, by a curious chance, that you are on the eve of your most significant discovery. We all wondered, when you left academic work, at your decision to enter the commercial field. We wished that you had cared to come to us." "You would have taken me in? I needn't at all have come here?" "Naturally. Now from what we hear, you are not giving your attention to the commercial side of things, and that tempts us to wonder whether you could be persuaded to join us at McGurk. So I just sprang on the train and ran down here. We should be delighted to have you become a member of the Institute and chief of the Department of Bacteriology and Immunology. Mr. McGurk and I desire nothing but the advancement of science. You would, of course, have absolute freedom as to what researches you thought it best to pursue, and I think we could provide a good assistance and material as would be obtainable anywhere in the world. In regard to salary, permit me to be businesslike and perhaps blunt, as my train leaves in 1 hour. I don't suppose we could equal the doubtless large emolument which the Hunziker people are able to pay you, but we can go to $10,000 a year. Oh, my God! Do not talk of the money. I shall be with you in New York 1 week from today. You see," said Gottlieb, "I have no contract here." End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. All afternoon they drove in the flapping buggy across the long undulations of the prairie. To their wandering there was no barrier, neither lake nor mountain nor factory bristling city, and the breeze about them was flowing sunshine. Martin cried to Leora, "I feel as if all the zenith dust and hospital lint were washed out of my lungs. Dakota, real man's country, frontier, opportunity, America." From the thick swale the young prairie chickens rose. As he watched them sweep across the wheat, his sun-drowsed spirit was part of the great land, and he was almost freed of the impatience with which he had started out from Wheatsylvania. "If you're going driving, don't forget that supper is 6 o'clock sharp," Mrs. Tozer had said, smiling to sugarcoat it. On Main Street, Mr. Tozer waved to them and shouted, "Be back by 6. Supper at 6 o'clock sharp." Bert Tozer ran out from the bank like a country schoolmaster skipping from a one-room schoolhouse, and cackled, "Say, you folks better not forget to be back at 6 o'clock for supper, or the old man'll have a fit. He'll expect you for supper at 6 o'clock sharp, and when he says 6 o'clock sharp, he means 6 o'clock sharp, and not 5 minutes past 6. "Now that," observed Leora, "is funny, because in my 22 years in Wheatsylvania I remember 3 different times when supper was as late as 7 minutes after 6. Let's get out of this, Sandy. I wonder, were we so wise to live with the family and save money?" Before they had escaped from the not very extensive limits of Wheatsylvania, they passed Ada Quist, the future Mrs. Bert Tozer, and through the lazy air they heard her voice slashing, "Better be home by 6." Martin would be heroic. "We'll by golly get back when we're both good and ready," he said to Leora. But on them both was the cumulative dread of the fussing voices. Beyond every breezy prospect was the order, "Be back at 6 sharp." And they whipped up to arrive at 11 minutes to 6, as Mr. Tozer was returning from the creamery, full 30 seconds later than usual. "Glad to see you among us," he said. "Hustle now and get that horse in the livery stable. Supper's at 6 sharp." Martin survived it sufficiently to sound domestic when he announced at the supper table, "We had a bully drive. I'm going to like it here. Well, I've loafed for a day and a half, and now I've got to get busy. First thing is, I must find a location for my office. What is there vacant, Father Tozer?" Mrs. Tozer said brightly, "Oh, I have such a nice idea, Martin. Why can't we fix up an office for you out in the barn? It'd be so handy to the house for you to get to meals on time. And you could keep an eye on the house if the girl was out and Ori and I went out visiting, or to the embroidery circle." "In the barn?" "Why, yes, in the old harness room. It's partly ceilinged, and we could put in some nice tar paper or even beaver board." "Mother Tozer, what the dickens do you think I'm planning to do? I'm not a hired man in a livery stable, or a kid looking for a place to put his bird's eggs. I was thinking of opening an office as a physician." Bert made it all easy. "Yeah, but you aren't much of a physician yet. You're just getting your toes in." "I'm one hell of a good physician. Excuse me for cussing, Mother Tozer, but, why, nights in the hospital I've held hundreds of lives in my hand. I intend—" "Look here, Mart," said Bertie, "as we're putting up the money, I don't want to be a tightwad, but after all, a dollar is a dollar. If we furnish the dough, we've got to decide the best way to spend it." Mr. Tozer looked thoughtful and said helplessly, "That's so. No sense taking a risk, with the blame farmers demanding all the money they can get for their wheat and cream, and then deliberately going to work and not paying the interest on their loans. I swear it don't hardly pay to invest in mortgages any longer. No sense putting on lugs. Stands to reason you can look at a fellow's sore throat or prescribe for an earache just as well in a nice simple little office as in some fool place all fixed up like a Moorhead saloon. Mother will see you have a comfortable corner in the barn." Leora intruded. "Look here, Papa, I want you to lend us $1,000 outright to use as we see fit." The sensation was immense. "We'll pay you 6%. No, we won't. We'll pay you 5. That's enough." "And mortgages bringing 6, 7, and 8, Bert quavered. "5's enough, and we want our own say, absolute, as to how we use it, to fix up an office or anything else." Mr. Tozer began. "That's a foolish way to—" Bert took it away from him. "Horry, you're crazy. I suppose we'll have to lend you some money, but you'll blame well come to us for it from time to time, and you'll blame well take our advice." Leora rose. "Either you do what I say, just exactly what I say, or Mart and I take the first train and go back to Zenith, and I mean it. Plenty of places open for him there, with a big salary, so we won't have to be dependent on anybody." There was much conversation, most of which sounded like all the rest of it. Once Leora started for the stairs to go up and pack. Once Martin and she stood waving their napkins as they shook their fists, the general composition remarkably like the Laocoon. Leora won. They settled down to the most solacing fussing. "Did you bring your trunk up from the depot?" asked Mr. Tozer. "No sense leaving it there, paying 2 bits a day storage," fumed Bert. "I got it up this morning," said Martin. "Oh yes, Martin had it brought up this morning," agreed Mrs. Tozer. "You had it brought? Didn't you bring it up yourself?" agonized Mr. Tozer. "No, I had the fellow that runs the lumber yard haul it up for me," said Martin. "Well, gosh almighty! You could just as well have put it on a wheelbarrow and brought it up yourself and saved a quarter," said Bert. "But a doctor has to keep his dignity," said Leora. "Dignity rats! Blame sight more dignified to be seen shoving a wheelbarrow than smoking them dirty cigarettes all the time." "Well, anyway, where'd you put it?" asked Mr. Tozer. "It's up in our room," said Martin. "Where do you think we better put it when it's unpacked? The attic is awful full," Mr. Tozer submitted to Mrs. Tozer. "Oh, I think Martin could get it in there." "Why couldn't he put it in the barn?" "Oh, not a nice new trunk like that." "What's the matter with the barn?" said Bert. "It's all nice and dry. Seems a shame to waste all that good space in the barn, now that you've gone and decided he mustn't have his dear little office there." "Bertie, I know what we'll do. You seem to have the barn on your brain. You move your old bank there, and Martin'll take the bank building for his office." "That's entirely different." "Now, there's no sense you two showing off and trying to be smart," protested Mr. Tozer. "Do you ever hear your mother and I scrapping and fussing like that? When do you think you'll have your trunk unpacked, Mart?" Mr. Tozer could consider barns and he could consider trunks, but his was not a brain to grasp 2 such complicated matters at the same time. "I can get it unpacked tonight, if it makes any difference." "Well, I don't suppose it really makes any special difference, but when you start to do a thing—" "Oh, what difference does it make whether he—" "If he's going to look for an office, instead of moving right into the barn, he can't take a month of Sundays getting unpacked, and—" "Oh, good Lord, I'll get it done tonight." "And I think we can get it in the attic. I tell you it's jam full already." "We'll go take a look at it after supper." "Well now, I tell you when I tried to get that duck boat in—" Martin probably did not scream, but he heard himself screaming. The free and virile land was leagues away and for years forgotten. Part 2. To find an office took a fortnight of diplomacy and of discussion brightening 3 meals a day, every day. Not that office finding was the only thing the Tozers mentioned. They went thoroughly into every moment of Martin's day, They commented on his digestion, his mail, his walks, his shoes that need cobbling, and whether he had taken them to the farmer-trapper cobbler and how much the cobbling ought to cost, and the presumable theology, politics, and marital relations of the cobbler. Mr. Tozer had known from the first the perfect office. The Norblums lived above their general store, and Mr. Tozer knew that the Norblums were thinking of moving. There was indeed nothing that was happening or likely to happen in Wheatsylvania which Mr. Tozer did not know and explain. Mrs. Norblom was tired of keeping house, and she wanted to go to Mrs. Beeson's boarding house, to the front room, on the right as you went along the upstairs hall, the room with the plaster walls and the nice little stove that Mrs. Beeson bought from Otto Cragg for $7.35. No, 7.25 it was. They called on the Norbloms, and Mr. Tozer hinted that it might be nice for the doctor to locate over the store, if the Norbloms were thinking of making any change. The Norbloms stared at each other with long, bleached, cautious, Scandinavian stares, and grumbled that they didn't know. Of course it was the finest location in town. Mr. Norblom admitted that if, against all probability, they ever considered moving, they would probably ask $25 a month for the flat, unfurnished. Mr. Tozer came out of the International Conference as craftily joyful as any Mr. Secretary Tozer or Lord Tozer in Washington or London. Fine, fine! We made him commit himself. 25, he says. That means, when the time's ripe, we'll offer him 18 and close for 21.75. If we just handle him careful and give him time to go see Mrs. Beeson and fix up about boarding with her, we'll have him just where we want him. Oh, if the Norbloms can't make up their minds, let's try something else, said Martin. There's a couple of vacant rooms behind the Eagle office. What? Go chasing around after we've given the Norbloms reason to think we're serious and make enemies of 'em for life? Now that would be a fine way to start building up a practice, wouldn't it? And I must say, I wouldn't blame the Norbloms one bit for getting wild if you let 'em down like that. This ain't Zenith, where you can go yelling around expecting to get things done in 2 minutes. Through a fortnight, while the Norbloms agonized over deciding to do what they had long ago decided to do, Martin waited, unable to begin work. Until he should open a certified and recognizable office, most of the village did not regard him as a competent physician, but as that son-in-law of Andy Tozer's. In the fortnight he was called only once, for the sick headache of Miss Agnes Ingleblad, aunt and housekeeper of Alec Ingleblad the barber. He was delighted till Bert Tozer explained, "Oh, so she called you in, eh? She's always doctorin' around. There ain't a thing the matter with her, but she's always trying out the latest stunt. Last time it was a fellow that come through here selling pills and liniments out of a Ford, and the time before that it was a faith healer, crazy loon up here at Dutchman's Forge, and then for quite a spell she doctored with an osteopath in Leopolis. Though I tell you, there's something to this osteopathy. They cure a lot of folks that you regular docs can't seem to find out what's the matter with 'em. Don't you think so?" Martin remarked that he did not think so. "Oh, you docs," Bert crowed in his most jocund manner, for Bert could be very joky and bright. "You're all alike, especially when you're just out of school and think you know it all. You can't see any good in chiropractic or electric belts or bone setters or anything, because they take so many good dollars away from you." Then behold, the Dr. Martin Arrowsmith, who had once infuriated Angus Dewar and Irving Waters by his sarcasm on medical standards, upholding to a lewdly grinning Bert Tozer the benevolence and scientific knowledge of all doctors, proclaiming that no medicine had ever, at least by any Winnemac graduate, been prescribed in vain nor any operation needlessly performed. He saw a good deal of Bert now. He sat about the bank, hoping to be called on a case, his fingers itching for bandages. Ada Quist came in with frequency, and Bert laid aside his figuring to be coy with her. "You got to be careful what you even think about when the doc is here, Ade. He's been telling me what a whale of a lot of neurology and all that mind-reading stuff he knows. How about it, Mart? I'm getting so scared that I've changed the combination on the safe." "Heh," said Ada. "He may fool some folks, but he can't fool me. Anybody can learn things in books, but when it comes to practicing 'em, let me tell you, Mart, if you ever have 1/10 of the savvy that old Dr. Winter of Leopolis has, you'll live longer than I expect." Together they pointed out that for a person who felt his zenith training had made him so gosh awful smart that he sticks up his nose at us poor hicks of dirt farmers. Martin's scarf was rather badly tied. All of his own wit and some of Ada's Bert repeated at the supper table. "You oughtn't to ride the boy so hard. Still, that was pretty cute about the necktie. I guess Mart does think he's some punkins," chuckled Mr. Tozer. Leora took Martin aside after supper. "Darlin', can you stand it? We'll have our own house soon as we can. Or shall we vamoose?" "I'm by golly going to stand it." Maybe. Dear, when you hit Bertie, do be careful. They'll hang you." He ambled to the front porch. He determined to view the rooms behind the Eagle office. Without a retreat in which to be safe from Bert, he could not endure another week. He could not wait for the Norbloms to make up their minds, though they had become to him dread and eternal figures whose enmity would crush him. Prodigious gods shadowing this Wheatsylvania which was the only perceptible world. He was aware, in the late sad light, that a man was tramping the plank walk before the house, hesitating and peering at him. The man was one Wise, a Russian Jew known to the village as Wise the Polak. In his shack near the railroad he sold silver stock and motor factory stock, bought and sold farmlands and horses and muskrat hides. He called out, "That you, Doc?" "Yup." Martin was excited. A patient. "Say, I wish you'd walk down a ways with me. Couple things I'd like to talk to you about. Or say, come on over to my place and sample some new cigars I've got." He emphasized the word cigars. North Dakota was, like Mohalis, theoretically dry. Martin was pleased. He had been sober and industrious so long now. Wise's shack was a one-story structure, not badly built, half a block from Main Street, with nothing but the railroad track between it and open wheat country. It was lined with pine, pleasant smelling under the stench of old pipe smoke. Wise winked. He was a confidential, untrustworthy wisp of a man, and murmured, "Think you could stand a little jolt of first-class Kentucky bourbon?" "Well, I wouldn't get violent about it." Wise pulled down the sleazy window shades, and from a warped drawer of his desk brought up a bottle out of which they both drank, wiping the mouth of the bottle with circling palms. Then Wise, abruptly, "Look here, Doc, you're not like these hicks. You understand that sometimes a fellow gets mixed up in a crooked business he didn't intend to. Well, make a long story short, I guess I've sold too much mining stock, and they'll be coming down on me. I've got to be moving, curse it. Hoped I could stay settled for a couple of years this time. Well, I hear you're looking for an office. This place would be ideal. Ideal. 2 rooms at the back besides this one. I'll rent it to you, furniture and the whole shooting match, for $15 a month if you'll pay me 1 year in advance. Oh, this ain't phony. Your brother-in-law knows all about my ownership." Martin tried to be very businesslike. Was he not a young doctor who would soon be investing money, one of the most substantial citizens in Wheatsylvania? He returned home, and under the parlor lamp, with its green daisies on pink glass, the Tozers listened acutely, Bert stooping forward with open mouth. "You'd be safe renting it for a year, but that ain't the point," said Bert. "It certainly isn't. Antagonize the Norbloms, now that they're almost made up their minds to let you have their place? Make me a fool after all the trouble I've taken?" groaned Mr. Tozer. They went over it and over it till almost 10 o'clock, but Martin was resolute, and the next day he rented Wise's shack. For the first time in his life he had a place utterly his own, his and Leora's. In his pride of possession, this was the most lordly building on earth, and every rock and weed and doorknob was peculiar and lovely. At sunset he sat on the back stoop, a very interesting and not too broken soap-box, and from the flamboyant horizon the open country flowed across the thin band of the railroad to his feet. Suddenly Leora was beside him, her arm around his neck, and he hymned all the glory of their future. "Know what I found in the kitchen here? A dandy old auger, hardly rusty a bit, and I can take a box and make a test tube rack of my own." End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. With none of the profane observations on medical peddlers, which had annoyed Digamma Pie, Martin studied the catalogue of the New Idea Instrument and Furniture Company of Jersey City. It was a handsome thing. On the glossy green cover, in red and black, were the portraits of the president, a round, quippish man who loved all young physicians; the general manager, a cadaverous, scholarly man who surely gave all his laborious nights and days to the advancement of science; and the vice president, Martin's former preceptor, Dr. Roscoe Gake, who had a lively, eye-glassed, forward-looking modernity all his own. The cover also contained, in surprisingly small space, a quantity of poetic prose, and the inspiring promise, "Doctor, don't be buffaloed by the unenterprising. No reason why you should lack the equipment which impresses patients, makes practice easy, and brings honor and riches. All the high-class supplies which distinguish the leaders of the profession from the dubs are within your reach right now by the famous New Idea financial system. Just a little down and the rest free out of the increased earnings which New Idea apparatus will bring you." Above, in a border of laurel wreaths and Ionic capitals, was the challenge, "Sing not the glory of soldiers or explorers or statesmen, for who can touch the doctor, wise, heroic, uncontaminated by common greed. Gentlemen, we salute you humbly and herewith offer you the most up-to-the-jiffy catalogue ever presented by any surgical supply house." The back cover, though it was less glorious with green and red, was equally arousing. It presented illustrations of the Bindledorf tonsillectomy outfit, and of an electric cabinet with the demand, "Doctor, are you sending your patients off to specialists for tonsil removal or to sanatoriums for electric, etc. treatment? If so, you are losing the chance to show yourself one of the distinguished powers in the domain of medical advancement in your locality, and losing a lot of big fees. Don't you want to be a high-class practitioner? Here's the open door." The Bindledorf outfit is not only useful but exquisitely beautiful, adorns and gives class to any office. We guarantee that by the installation of a Bindledorf outfit and a New Idea Panaceiatic Electro-Therapeutic Cabinet, see details on pages 34 and 97, you can increase your income from 1,000 to 10,000 annually, and please patients more than by the most painstaking plugging. When the great call sounds, doctor, and it's time for you to face your reward, will you be satisfied by a big Masonic funeral and tributes from grateful patients, if you have failed to lay up provision for the kiddies and faithful wife who has shared your tribulations? You may drive through blizzard and August heat, and go down into the purple-shadowed vale of sorrow, and wrestle with the ebon-cloaked powers of darkness for the lives of your patients, but that heroism is incomplete without modern progress, to be obtained by the use of a Bindledorf tonsillectomy outfit, and the new idea panaceiatic cabinet, to be obtained on small payment down, rest on easiest terms known in history of medicine. Part 2. The poetry of passion Martin neglected, for his opinion of poetry was like his opinion of electric cabinets. But excitedly he ordered a steel stand, a sterilizer, flasks, test tubes, and a white enameled mechanism with enchanting levers and gears which transformed it from examining chair to operating table. He yearned over the picture of a centrifuge while Leora was admiring the stunning 7-piece reception room fumed oak set, upholstered in genuine Barcelona longwear leatherette. Will give your office the class and distinction of any high-grade New York specialists. Aw, let 'em sit on plain chairs, Martin grunted. In the attic, Mrs. Tozer found enough seedy chairs for the reception room, and an ancient bookcase which, when Leora had lined it with pink-fringed paper, became a noble instrument cabinet. Till the examining chair should arrive, Martin would use Wise's lumpy couch, and Leora busily covered it with white oilcloth. Behind the front room of the tiny office building were 2 cubicles, formerly bedroom and kitchen. Martin made them into consultation room and laboratory. Whistling, he sought out racks for the glassware, and turned the oven of a discarded kerosene stove into a hot air oven for sterilizing glassware. But understand, Lee, I'm not going to go monkeying with any scientific research. I'm through with all that. Leora smiled innocently. While he worked, she sat outside in the long wild grass, sniffing the prairie breeze, her hands about her ankles, but every quarter hour she had to come in and admire. Mr. Tozer brought home a package at supper time. The family opened it, babbling. After supper, Martin and Leora hastened with the new treasure to the office and nailed it in place. It was a plate glass sign. On it in gold letters, M. Arrowsmith, M.D. They looked up, arms about each other, squealing softly, and in reverence he grunted, "There, by Jiminy!" They sat on the back stoop, exulting in freedom from Tozers. Along the railroad bumped a freight train with a cheerful clanking. The fireman waved to them from the engine, a brakeman from the platform of the red caboose. After the train there was silence, but for the crickets and a distant frog. "I've never been so happy," he murmured. Part 3. He had brought from Zenith his own Ochsner surgical case. As he laid out the instruments, he admired the thin, sharp, shining bistoury, the strong tenotome, the delicate curved needles. With them was a dental forceps. Dad Silva had warned his classes, "Don't forget the country doctor often has to be not only physician but dentist. Yes, and priest, divorce lawyer, blacksmith, chauffeur, and road engineer. And if you are too lily-handed for those trades, don't get out of sight of a trolley line and a beauty parlor." And the first patient whom Martin had in the new office, the second patient in Wheatsylvania, was Niels Krag, the carpenter, roaring with an ulcerated tooth. This was a week before the glass sign was up, and Martin rejoiced to Leora, "Begun already. You'll see 'em tumbling in now." They did not see them tumbling in. For 10 days Martin tinkered at his hot air oven or sat at his desk, reading and trying to look busy. His first joy passed into fretfulness, and he could have yelped at the stillness, the inactivity. Late one afternoon, when he was in a melancholy way preparing to go home, into the office stamped a grizzled Swedish farmer who grumbled, "Doc, I've got a fish hook caught in my thumb and it's all swole." To Arrowsmith, intern in Zenith General Hospital, with its outpatient clinic treating hundreds a day, the dressing of a hand had been less important than borrowing a match. But to Dr. Arrowsmith of Wheatsylvania it was a hectic operation, and the farmer a person remarkable and very charming. Martin shook his left hand violently and burbled, "Now, if there's anything, you just phone me. You just phone me." There had been, he felt, a rush of admiring patients sufficient to justify them in the one thing Leora and he longed to do, the thing about which they whispered at night, the purchase of a motor car for his country calls. They had seen the car at Frazier's store. It was a Ford, 5 years old, with torn upholstery, a gummy motor, and springs made by a blacksmith who had never made springs before. Next to the chugging of the gas engine at the creamery, the most familiar sound in Wheatsylvania was Frazier's closing the door of his Ford. He banged it flatly at the store, and usually he had to shut it thrice again before he reached home. But to Martin and Leora, when they had tremblingly bought the car and 3 new tires and a horn, it was the most impressive vehicle on earth. It was their own. They could go when and where they wished. During his summer at a Canadian hotel, Martin had learned to drive the Ford station wagon, but it was Leora's first venture. Bert had given her so many directions that she had refused to drive the family overland. When she first sat at the steering wheel, when she moved the hand throttle with her little finger and felt in her hands all this power, sorcery enabling her to go as fast as she might desire, within distinct limits, she transcended human strength. She felt that she could fly like the wild goose, and then, in a stretch of sand, she killed the engine. Martin became the demon driver of the village. To ride with him was to sit holding your hat, your eyes closed, waiting for death. Apparently he accelerated for corners, to make them more interesting. The sight of anything on the road ahead, from another motor to a yellow pup, stirred in him a frenzy which could be stilled only by going up and passing it. The village adored, "The young doc is quite some driver, all right." They waited, with amiable interest, to hear that he had been killed. It is possible that half of the first dozen patients who drifted into his office came because of awe at his driving, the rest because there was nothing serious the matter, and he was nearer than Dr. Hesselink at Groningen. Part 4. With his first admirers he developed his first enemies. When he met the Norbloms on the street, and in Wheatsylvania it is difficult not to meet everyone on the street every day, they glared. Then he antagonized Pete Jeska. Pete conducted what he called a drug store, devoted to the sale of candy, soda water, patent medicines, flypaper, magazines, washing machines, and Ford accessories. Yet Pete would have starved if he had not been postmaster also. He alleged that he was a licensed pharmacist, but he so mangled prescriptions that Martin burst into the store and addressed him piously. "You young docs make me sick," said Pete. "I was putting up prescriptions when you was in the cradle. The old doc that used to be here sent everything to me. My way of doing things suits me, and I don't figure on changing it for you or any other half-baked young string bean." Thereafter, Martin had to purchase drugs from St. Paul, overcrowd his tiny laboratory, and prepare his own pills and ointments, looking in a homesick way at the rarely used test tubes and the dust gathering on the bell glass of his microscope, while Pete Jeska joined with the Norbloms in whispering, "This new doc here ain't any good. You better stick to Hesselink." Part 5. So blank, so idle had been the week that when he heard the telephone at the Tozers at 3 in the morning, he rushed to it as though he were awaiting a love message. A hoarse and shaky voice, "I want to speak to the doctor." The doctor speaking." "This is Henry Novak, 4 miles northeast, on the Leopolis Road. My little girl Mary, she has a terrible sore throat. I think maybe it's croup, and she look awful, and Could you come right away?" "You bet. Be right there." 4 miles. He would do it in 8 minutes. He dressed swiftly, dragging his worn brown tie together, while Leora beamed over the first night call. He furiously cranked the Ford, banged and cluttered past the station and into the wheat prairie. When he had gone 6 miles by the speedometer, slackening at each rural box to look for the owner's name, he realized that he was lost. He ran into a farm driveway and stopped under the willows, his headlight on a heap of dented milk cans, broken harvester wheels, cordwood, and bamboo fishing poles. From the barn dashed a woolly anomalous dog, barking viciously, leaping up at the car. A frowsy head protruded from a ground floor window. "What you want?" screamed a Scandinavian voice. "This is the doctor. Where does Henry Novak live?" "Oh, the doctor. Dr. Hesselink?" "No, Dr. Arrowsmith." "Oh, Dr. Arrowsmith. From Wheatsylvania? Well, you went right near his place. You turned back 1 mile and turned to the right by the brick schoolhouse, and it's about 40 rods up the road, the house with a cement silo. Somebody sick by Henry's?" Yeah, girl's got croup. Thanks. Yust keep to the right. You can't miss it." Probably no one who has listened to the dire "You can't miss it" has ever failed to miss it. Martin swung the Ford about, grazing a slashed chopping block. He rattled up the road, took the corner that side of the schoolhouse instead of this, ran half a mile along a boggy trail between pastures, and stopped at a farmhouse. In the surprising fall of silence, cows were to be heard feeding, and a white horse, startled in the darkness, raised its head to wonder at him. He had to arouse the house with wild squawkings of his horn, and an irate farmer who bellowed, "Who's there? I've got a shotgun!" sent him back to the country road. It was 40 minutes from the time of the telephone call when he rushed into a furrowed driveway and saw on the doorstep, against the lamplight, a stooped man who called, "The doctor? This is Novak." He found the child in a newly finished bedroom of white plastered walls and pale varnished pine. Only an iron bed, a straight chair, a chromo of St. Anne, and a shadeless hand lamp on a rickety stand broke the staring shininess of the apartment, a recent extension of the farmhouse. A heavy-shouldered woman was kneeling by the bed. As she lifted her wet red face, Novak urged, "Don't cry now, he's here." And to Martin, "The little one is pretty bad, but we done all we could for her. Last night and tonight we steam her throat, and we put her here in our own bedroom." Mary was a child of 7 or 8. Martin found her lips and fingertips blue, but in her face no flush. In the effort to expel her breath, she writhed into terrifying knots, then coughed up saliva dotted with grayish specks. Martin worried as he took out his clinical thermometer and gave it a professional-looking shake. It was, he decided, laryngeal croup or diphtheria. Probably diphtheria. No time now for bacteriological examination, for cultures and leisurely precision. Silva the healer bulked in the room, crowding out Gottlieb, the inhuman perfectionist. Martin leaned nervously over the child on the tousled bed, absent-mindedly trying her pulse again and again. He felt helpless without the equipment of Zenith General, its nurses and Angus Dewar's sure advice. He had a sudden respect for the lone country doctor. He had to make a decision, irrevocable, perhaps perilous. He would use diphtheria antitoxin, but certainly he could not obtain it from Pete Yeska's in Wheatsylvania. Leopolis? "Hustle up and get me Blasner, the druggist at Leopolis, on the phone," he said to Novak, as calmly as he could contrive. He pictured Blasner driving through the night, respectfully bringing the antitoxin to the doctor. While Novak bellowed into the farm line telephone in the dining room, Martin waited, staring at the child. Mrs. Novak waited for him to do miracles. The child's tossing and hoarse gasping became horrible, and the glaring walls, the glaring lines of pale yellow woodwork, hypnotized him into sleepiness. It was too late for anything short of antitoxin or tracheotomy. Should he operate? Cut into the windpipe that she might breathe? He stood and worried. He drowned in sleepiness and shook himself awake. He had to do something, with the mother kneeling there, gaping at him, beginning to look doubtful. Get some hot cloths, towels, napkins, and keep 'em around her neck. I wish to God he'd get that telephone call, he fretted. As Mrs. Novak, patting on thick slippered feet, brought in the hot cloths, Novak appeared with a blank, "Nobody's sleeping at the drugstore, and Blasner's house line is out of order." "Then listen. I'm afraid this may be serious. I've got to have antitoxin. Going to drive to Leopolis and get it. You keep up these hot applications and... wish we had an atomizer. And room ought to be moister. Got an alcohol stove? Keep some water boiling in here. No use of medicine. Be right back." He drove the 24 miles to Leopolis in 37 minutes. Not once did he slow down for a crossroad. He defied the curves, the roots thrusting out into the road, though always one dark spot in his mind feared a blowout and a swerve. The speed, the casting away of all caution, wrought in him a high exultation, and it was blessed to be in the cool air and alone, after the strain of Mrs. Novak's watching. In his mind all the while was the page in Osler regarding diphtheria, the very picture of the words. In severe cases the first dose should be from 8,000... no, oh yes, from 10,000 to 15,000 units. He regained confidence. He thanked the God of science for antitoxin and for the gas motor. It was, he decided, a race with death. "I'm going to pull it off and save that poor kid," he rejoiced. He approached a grade crossing and hurled toward it, ignoring possible trains. He was aware of a devouring whistle, saw sliding light on the rails, and brought up sharp. Past him, 10 feet from his front wheels, flung the Seattle Express like a flying volcano. The fireman was stoking, and even in the thin clearness of coming dawn, the glow from the firebox was appalling on the underside of the rolling smoke. Instantly the apparition was gone, and Martin sat trembling, hands trembling on the little steering wheel, foot trembling like St. Vitus's dance on the brake. "That was an awful close thing," he muttered, and thought of a widowed Leora, abandoned to Tozers. But the vision of the Novak child, struggling for each terrible breath, overrode all else. "Hell, I've killed the engine," he groaned. He vaulted over the side, cranked the car, and dashed into Leopolis. To Crinson County, Leopolis, with its 4,000 people, was a metropolis. But in the pinched stillness of the dawn, it was a tiny graveyard. Main Street a sandy expanse, the low shops desolate as huts. He found one place astir. In the bleak office of the Dakota Hotel, the night clerk was playing poker with the bus driver and the town policeman. They wondered at his hysterical entrance. "Dr. Arrowsmith from Wheatsylvania. Kid dying from diphtheria. Where's Blasner live? Jump in my car and show me." The constable was a lanky old man, his vest swinging open over a collarless shirt, his trousers in folds, his eyes resolute. He guided Martin to the home of the druggist. He kicked the door, then, standing with his lean and bristly visage upraised in the cold early light, he bawled, "Ed! Hey, you! Ed! Come out of it!" Ed Blasner grumbled from the upstairs window. To him, death and furious doctors had small novelty. While he drew on his trousers and coat, he was to be heard discoursing to his drowsy wife on the woes of druggists, and the desirability of moving to Los Angeles and going into real estate. But he did have diphtheria antitoxin in his shop, and 16 minutes after Martin's escape from being killed by a train, he was speeding to Henry Novak's. The child was still alive when he came brusquely into the house. All the way back he had seen her dead and stiff. He grunted, "Thank God," and angrily called for hot water. He was no longer the embarrassed cub doctor, but the wise and heroic physician who had won the race with death, and in the peasant eyes of Mrs. Novak, in Henry's nervous obedience, he read his power. Swiftly, smoothly, he made intravenous injection of the antitoxin and stood expectant. The child's breathing did not at first vary, as she choked in the labor of expelling her breath. There was a gurgle, a struggle in which her face blackened, and she was still. Martin peered, incredulous. Slowly the Novaks began to glower, shaky hands at their lips. Slowly they knew the child was gone. In the hospital, death had become indifferent and natural to Martin. He had said to Angus, he had heard nurses say to one another quite cheerfully, "Well, 57 has just passed out." Now he raged with desire to do the impossible. She couldn't be dead. He'd do something. All the while he was groaning, "I should have operated. I should have." So insistent was the thought that for a time he did not realize that Mrs. Novak was clamoring, "Is she dead? Dead?" He nodded, afraid to look at the woman. "You killed her, with that needle thing, and not even tell us so we could call the priest." He crawled past her lamentations and the man's sorrow and drove home, empty of heart. "I shall never practice medicine again," he reflected. "I'm through," he said to Leora. "I'm no good. I should have operated. I can't face people when they know about it. I'm through. I'll go get a lab job. Dawson Hunsaker or someplace." Salutary was the tartness with which she protested. "You're the most conceited man that ever lived. Do you think you're the only doctor that ever lost a patient? I know you did everything you could." But he went about next day, torturing himself, the more tortured when Mr. Tozer whined at supper, "Henry Novak and his woman was in town today. They say you ought to have saved their girl. Why didn't you give your mind to it and manage to cure her somehow? Ought to tried. Kinda too bad, because the Novaks have a lot of influence with all these Pole and hunky farmers." After a night when he was too tired to sleep, Martin suddenly drove to Leopolis. From the Tozers he had learned almost religious praise of Dr. Adam Winter of Leopolis, a man of nearly 70, the pioneer physician of Crimson County, and to this sage he was fleeing. As he drove he mocked furiously his melodramatic race with death, and he came wearily into the dust-whirling Main Street. Dr. Winter's office was above a grocery, in a long block of bright red brick stores with an Egyptian cornice of tin. The darkness of the broad hallway was soothing after the prairie heat and incandescence. Martin had to wait till 3 respectful patients had been received by Dr. Winter, a hoary man with a sympathetic bass voice, before he was admitted to the consultation room. The examining chair was of doubtful superiority to that once used by Doc Vickerson of Elk Mills, and sterilizing was apparently done in a washbowl, but in a corner was an electric therapeutic cabinet with more electrodes and pads than Martin had ever seen. He told the story of the Novaks, and Winter cried, "Why, doctor, you did everything you could have, and more too. Only thing is, next time, in a crucial case, you better call some older doctor in consultation. Not that you need his advice, but it makes a hit with the family. It divides the responsibility and keeps him from going around criticizing. I frequently have the honor of being called by some of my younger colleagues. Just wait. I'll phone the editor of the Gazette and give him an item about the case." When he had telephoned, Dr. Winter shook hands ardently. He indicated his electric cabinet. "Got one of those things yet? Ought to, my boy. Don't know as I use it very often, except with the cranks that haven't anything the matter with 'em. But say, It would surprise you how it impresses folks. Well, Doctor, welcome to Chisholm County. Married? Won't you and your wife come take dinner with us some Sunday noon? Mrs. Winter will be real pleased to meet you. And if I ever can be of service to you in a consultation, I only charge a very little more than my regular fee, and it looks so well, talking the case over with an older man. Driving home, Martin fell into vain and wicked boasting. You bet I'll stick to it. At worst, I'll never be as bad as that snuffling old fee-splitter. 2 weeks later, the Wheatsylvania Eagle, a smeary 4-page rag, reported, our enterprising contemporary, the Leopolis Gazette, had as follows last week to say one of our townsmen who we recently welcomed to our midst. Dr. M. Arrowsmith of Wheatsylvania is being congratulated, we are informed by our valuable pioneer local physician, Dr. Adam Winter, by the medical fraternity all through the Pony River Valley, there being no occupation or profession more unselfishly appreciative of each other's virtues than the medical gentleman, on the courage and enterprise he recently displayed in addition to his scientific skill. Being called to attend the little daughter of Henry Norwalk of near Delft, the well-known farmer, and finding the little one near death with diphtheria, he made a desperate attempt to save it by himself bringing antitoxin from Blasner, our ever-popular druggist, who had on hand a full and fresh supply. He drove out and back in his gasoline chariot, making the total distance of 48 miles in 79 minutes. Fortunately, our ever-alert policeman, Joe Colby, was on the job and helped Dr. Arrowsmith find Dr. Blasner's bungalow on Red River Avenue, and this gentleman rose from bed and hastened to supply the doctor with the needed article, but unfortunately the child was already too low to be saved. But it is by such incidents of pluck and quick thinking, as well as knowledge, which make the medical profession one of our greatest blessings. 2 hours after this was published, Miss Agnes Ingleblad came in for another discussion of her non-existent ailments, and 2 days later Henry Novak appeared, saying proudly, "Well, Doc, we all done what we could for the poor little girl, but I guess I waited too long to call you. The woman is awful cut up. She and I was reading that piece in the Eagle about it. We showed it to the priest. Say, Doc, I wish you'd take a look at my foot. I got kind of a rheumatic pain in the ankle." End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. When he had practiced medicine in Wheatsylvania for 1 year, Martin was an inconspicuous but not discouraged country doctor. In summer Leora and he drove to the Pony River for picnic suppers and a swim, very noisy, splashing and immodest. Through autumn he went duck hunting with Bert Tozer, who became nearly tolerable when he stood at sunset on a pass between two sloughs. And with winter isolating the village in a sun-blanked desert of snow, they had sleigh rides, card parties, sociables at the churches. When Martin's flock turned to him for help, their need and their patient obedience made them beautiful. Once or twice he lost his temper with jovial villagers who bountifully explained to him that he was less aged than he might have been. Once or twice he drank too much whiskey at poker parties in the back room of the cooperative store. But he was known as reliable, skillful, and honest, and on the whole he was rather less distinguished than Alec Ingleblad the barber, less prosperous than Niels Cragg the carpenter, and less interesting to his neighbors than the Finnish garageman. Then one accident and one mistake made him famous for full 12 miles about. He had gone fishing in the spring. As he passed a farmhouse, a woman ran out shrieking that her baby had swallowed a thimble and was choking to death. Martin had for surgical kit a large jackknife. He sharpened it on the farmer's oil stone, sterilized it in the tea kettle, operated on the baby's throat and saved its life. Every newspaper in the Pony River Valley had a paragraph, and before this sensation was over, he cured Miss Agnes Ingleblad of her desire to be cured. She had achieved cold hands and a slow circulation, and he was called at midnight. He was soggily sleepy after 2 country drives on muddy roads, and in his torpor he gave her an overdose of strychnine, which so shocked and stimulated her that she decided to be well. It was so violent a change that it made her more interesting than being an invalid. People had of late taken remarkably small pleasure in her symptoms. She went about praising Martin, and all the world said, "I hear this Doc Arrowsmith is the only fellow Agnes ever doctored with that's done her a mite of good." He gathered a practice small, sound, and in no way remarkable. Leora and he moved from the Tozers to a cottage of their own, with a parlor dining room which displayed a nickeled stove on bright, new, pleasant-smelling linoleum, and a golden oak sideboard with a souvenir match holder from Lake Minnetonka. He bought a small Rowentian Ray outfit, and he was made a director of the Tozer Bank. He became too busy to long for his days of scientific research, which had never existed, and Leora sighed. "It's fierce being married. I did expect I'd have to follow you out on the road and be a hobo, but I never expected to be a pillar of the community. Well, I'm too lazy to look up a new husband, only I warn you, when you become the Sunday school superintendent, you needn't expect me to play the organ and smile at the cute jokes you make about Willie's not learning his golden text." Part 2. So did Martin stumble into respectability. In the autumn of 1912, when Mr. Debs, Mr. Roosevelt, Mr. Wilson, and Mr. Taft were campaigning for the presidency, when Martin Arrowsmith had lived in Wheatsylvania for a year and a half, Bert Tozer became a prominent booster. He returned from the state convention of the Modern Woodmen of America with notions. Several towns had sent boosting delegations to the convention, and the village of Groningen had turned out a motor procession of 5 cars, each with an enormous pennant, "Groningen, for white men and black dirt." Bert came back clamoring that every motor in town must carry a Wheatsylvania pennant. He had bought 30 of them, and they were on sale at the bank at 75 cents apiece. This, Bert explained to everyone who came into the bank, was exactly cost price, which was within 11 cents of the truth. He came galloping at Martin, demanding that he be the first to display a pennant. "I don't want any of those fool things flopping from my bus," protested Martin. "What's the idea anyway?" "What's the idea? To advertise your town, of course." "What is there to advertise? Do you think you're going to make strangers believe Wheatsylvania is a metropolis like New York or Jimtown by hanging a dusty rag behind a second-hand Tin Lizzie? You never did have any patriotism. Let me tell you, Mart, if you don't put on a banner, I'll see to it that everybody in town notices it." While the other rickety cars of the village announced to the world, or at least to several square miles of the world, that Wheatsylvania was the wonder town of central N.D., Martin's clattering Ford went bare, and when his enemy Norblom remarked, "I like to see a fellow have some public spirit and appreciate the place he gets his money out of," the citizenry nodded and spat, and began to question Martin's fame as a worker of miracles. Part 3. He had intimates, the barber, the editor of the Eagle, the garage man, to whom he talked comfortably of hunting and the crops, and with whom he played poker. Perhaps he was too intimate with them. It was the theory of Crimson County that it was quite all right for a young professional man to take a timely drink providing he kept it secret and made up for it by yearning over the clergy of the neighborhood. But with the clergy Martin was brief, and his drinking and poker he never concealed. If he was bored by the United Brethren ministers' discourse on doctrine, on the wickedness of movies, and the scandalous pay of pastors, it was not at all because he was a distant and supersensitive young man, but because he found more savor in the garage man's salty remarks on the art of remembering to ante in poker. Through all the state there were celebrated poker players, rustic-looking men with stolid faces, men who sat in shirt-sleeves chewing tobacco, men whose longest remark was, "Buy me," and who delighted to plunder the gilded and condescending traveling salesmen. When there was news of a big game on, the county sports dropped in silently and went to work. The sewing machine agent from Leopolis, the undertaker from Vanderhyde's Grove, the bootlegger from St. Luke, the red fat man from Melody who had no known profession. Once, still do men tell of it gratefully up and down the valley, they played for 72 unbroken hours in the office of the Wheatsylvania garage. It had been a livery stable. It was littered with robes and long whips, and the smell of horses mingled with the reek of gasoline. The players came and went, and sometimes they slept on the floor for an hour or two, but they were never less than 4 in the game. The stink of cheap feeble cigarettes and cheap powerful cigars hovered about the table like a malign spirit. The floor was scattered with stubs, matches, old cards, and whiskey bottles. Among the warriors were Martin, Alec Ingleblad the barber, and a highway engineer, all of them stripped to flannel undershirts, not moving for hour on hour, ruffling their cards, eyes squinting and vacant. When Bert Tozer heard of the affair, he feared for the good fame of Wheatsylvania, and to everyone he gossiped about Martin's evil ways and his own patience. Thus it happened that while Martin was at the height of his prosperity and credit as a physician, along the Pony River Valley sinuated the whispers that he was a gambler, that he was a drinking man, that he never went to church, and all the godly enjoyed mourning, "Too bad to see a decent young man like that going to the dogs." Martin was as impatient as he was stubborn. He resented the well-meant greetings, "You ought to leave a little hooch for the rest of us to drink, Doc," or "I suppose you're too busy playing poker to drive out to the house and take a look at the woman." He was guilty of an absurd and boyish tactlessness when he heard Norblom observing to the postmaster, "A fellow that calls himself a doctor just because he had luck with that fool Agnes Ingleblad, he hadn't ought to go getting drunk and disgracing." Martin stopped. "Norblom, you talking about me?" The storekeeper turned slowly. "I got more important things to do and talk about you," he cackled. As Martin went on, he heard laughter. He told himself that these villagers were generous, that their snooping was in part an affectionate interest, and inevitable in a village where the most absorbing event of the year was the United Brethren Sunday School picnic on 4th of July. But he could not rid himself of twitchy discomfort at their unending and maddeningly detailed comments on everything. He felt as though the lightest word he said in his consultation room would be megaphoned from flapping ear to ear all down the country roads. He was contented enough in gossiping about fishing with the barber, nor was he condescending to meteorologicomania. But except for Leora, he had no one with whom he could talk of his work. Angus Dewar had been cold, but Angus had his teeth into every change of surgical technique, and he was an acrid debater. Martin saw that, unless he struggled, not only would he harden into timid morality under the pressure of the village, but be fixed in a routine of prescriptions and bandaging. He might find a stimulant in Dr. Hesselink of Groningen. He had seen Hesselink only once, but everywhere he heard of him as the most honest practitioner in the valley. On impulse, Martin drove down to call on him. Dr. Hesselink was a man of 40, ruddy, tall, broad-shouldered. You knew immediately that he was careful, that he was afraid of nothing, however much he might lack in imagination. He received Martin with no vast ebullience, and his stare said, "Well, what do you want? I'm a busy man." "Doctor," Martin chattered, "do you find it hard to keep up with medical developments?" "No. Read the medical journals." "Well, don't you... Gosh, I don't want to get sentimental about it, but don't you find that without contact with the big guns you get mentally lazy, sort of lacking in inspiration?" "I do not. There's enough inspiration for me in trying to help the sick." To himself Martin was protesting, All right, if you don't want to be friendly, go to the devil. But he tried again. I know, but for the game of the thing, for the pleasure of increasing medical knowledge, how can you keep up if you don't have anything but routine practice among a lot of farmers? Arrowsmith, I may do you an injustice, but there's a lot of you young practitioners who feel superior to the farmers, that are doing their own jobs better than you are. You think that if you were only in the city with libraries and medical meetings and everything, you'd develop. Well, I don't know of anything to prevent your studying at home. You consider yourself so much better educated than these rustics, but I notice you say gosh and big guns and that sort of thing. How much do you read? Personally, I'm extremely well satisfied. My people pay me an excellent living wage. They appreciate my work, and they honor me by election to the school board. I find that a good many of these farmers think a lot harder and squarer than the swells I meet in the city. Well, I don't see any reason for feeling superior, or lonely either. Hell, I don't, Martin mumbled. As he drove back, he raged at Hesseling's superiority about not feeling superior. But he stumbled into uncomfortable meditation. It was true. He was half-educated. He was supposed to be a college graduate, but he knew nothing of economics, nothing of history, nothing of music or painting. Except in hasty bolting for examinations, he had read no poetry save that of Robert Service, and the only prose besides medical journalism at which he looked nowadays was the baseball and murder news in the Minneapolis papers and Wild West stories in the magazines. He reviewed the intelligent conversation which, in the desert of Wheatsylvania, he believed himself to have conducted at Mohalis. He remembered that to Cliff Clawson it had been pretentious to use any phrase which was not as colloquial and as smutty as the speech of a truck driver, and that his own discourse had differed from Cliff's largely in that it had been less fantastic and less original. He could recall nothing save the philosophy of Max Gottlieb, occasional scoldings of Angus Dewar, 1 out of 10 among Madeline Fox's digressions, and the counsels of Dad Silva, which was above the level of Alec Engelblad's barber shop. He came home hating Hesselink, but by no means loving himself. He fell upon Leora and, to her placid agreement, announced that they were going to get educated if it kills us. He went at it as he had gone at bacteriology. He read European history aloud at Leora, who looked interested or at least forgiving. He worried the sentences in a copy of The Golden Bowl, which an unfortunate schoolteacher had left at the Tozers. He borrowed a volume of Conrad from the village editor, and afterward, as he drove the prairie roads, he was marching into jungle villages, sun helmets, orchids, lost temples of obscene and dog-faced deities, secret and sun-scarred rivers. He was conscious of his own mean vocabulary. It cannot be said that he became immediately and conspicuously articulate, yet it is possible that in those long intense evenings of reading with Leora he advanced a step or two toward the tragic enchantment of Max Gottlieb's world, enchanting sometimes and tragic always. But in becoming a schoolboy again he was not so satisfied as Dr. Hesselink. Part 4. Gustav Sondelæus was back in America. In medical school, Martin had read of Sondelæus, the soldier of science. He held reasonable and lengthy degrees, but he was a rich man and eccentric, and neither toiled in laboratories nor had a decent office and a home and a lacy wife. He roamed the world, fighting epidemics and founding institutions, and making inconvenient speeches and trying new drinks. He was a Swede by birth, a German by education, a little of everything by speech, and his clubs were in London, Paris, Washington, and New York. He had been heard from Batome and Foochow and Bechuanaland, from Antofagasta and Cape Romanzoff. Manson on tropical diseases mentions Sondelæus's admirable method of killing rats with hydrocyanic acid gas, and the Sketch once mentioned his atrocious system in baccarat. Gustav Sondelæus shouted in high places and low that most diseases could be and must be wiped out, that tuberculosis, cancer, typhoid, the plague, influenza, were an invading army against which the world must mobilize, literally, that public health authorities must supersede generals and oil kings. He was lecturing through America, and his exclamatory assertions were syndicated in the press. Martin sniffed at most newspaper articles touching on science or health, but Sondoleus's violence caught him, and suddenly he was converted, and it was an important thing for him, that conversion. He told himself that however much he might relieve the sick, essentially he was a businessman, in rivalry with Dr. Winter of Leopolis and Dr. Hesselink of Groningen, that though they might be honest, honesty and healing were less their purpose than making money, that to get rid of avoidable disease and produce a healthy population would be the worst thing in the world for them, and that they must all be replaced by public health officials. Like all ardent agnostics, Martin was a religious man. Since the death of his Gottlieb cult, he had unconsciously sought a new passion, and he found it now in Gustav Sondoleus's War on Disease. Immediately he became as annoying to his patients as he had once been to Digamma Pi. He informed the farmers at Delft that they had no right to have so much tuberculosis. This was infuriating, because none of their rights as American citizens was better established, or more often used, than the privilege of being ill. They fumed, "Who does he think he is? We call him in for doctoring, not for bossing. Why, the damn fool said we ought to burn down our houses, said we were committing a crime if we had the Khan here. Won't stand for nobody talking to me like that." Everything became clear to Martin, too clear. The nation must make the best physicians autocratic officials at once, and that was all there was to it. As to how the officials were to become perfect executives, and how people were to be persuaded to obey them, he had no suggestions, but only a beautiful faith. At breakfast he scolded, "Another idiotic day of writing prescriptions for bellyaches that ought never to have happened. If I could only get into the big fight, along with men like Sondelius, it makes me tired." Leora murmured, "Yes, darling, I'll promise to be good. I won't have any little bellyaches or TB or anything, so please don't lecture me." Even in his irritability, he was gentle, for Leora was with child. Part 5. Their baby was coming in 5 months. Martin promised to it everything he had missed. "He's going to have a real education," he gloated, as they sat on the porch in spring twilight. "He'll learn all this literature and stuff. We haven't done much ourselves. Here we are, stuck in this 2x2 crossroads for the rest of our lives. But maybe we've gone a little beyond our dads, and he'll go way beyond us." He was worried, for all his flamboyance. Leora had undue morning sickness. Till noon she dragged about the house, pea-green and tousled and hollow-faced. He found a sort of maid, and came home to help, to wipe the dishes and sweep the front walk. All evening he read to her, not history now, and Henry James, but Mrs. Wiggs of the Cabbage Patch, which both of them esteemed a very fine tale. He sat on the floor by the grubby second-hand couch on which she lay in her weakness. He held her hand and crowed, "Golly, no, not golly. Well, what can you say except golly? Anyway, some day we'll save up enough money for a couple months in Italy and all those places. All those old narrow streets and old castles. There must be scads of 'em that are couple 100 years old or older. And we'll take the boy, even if he turns out to be a girl, darn him, and he'll learn to chatter Wop and French and everything like a regular native, and his dad and mother'll be so proud. Oh, we'll be a fierce pair of old birds. We never did have any more morals than a rabbit, either of us, and probably when we're 70 we'll sit out on the doorstep and smoke pipes and snicker at all the respectable people going by, and tell each other scandalous stories about 'em till they want to take a shot at us, and our boy, he'll wear a plug hat and have a chauffeur. He won't dare to recognize us." Trained now to the false cheerfulness of the doctor, he shouted, when she was racked and ghastly with the indignity of morning sickness, There, that's fine, old girl. Wouldn't be making a good baby if you weren't sick. Everybody is. He was lying, and he was nervous. Whenever he thought of her dying, he seemed to die with her. Barren of her companionship, there would be nothing he wanted to do, nowhere to go. What would be the worth of having all the world if he could not show it to her, if she was not there? He denounced nature for her way of tricking human beings, by every gay device of moonlight and white limbs and reaching loneliness, into having babies, then making birth as cruel and clumsy and wasteful as she could. He was abrupt and jerky with patients who called him into the country. With their suffering he was sympathetic as he had never been, for his eyes had opened to the terrible beauty of pain, but he must not go far from Leora's need. Her morning sickness turned into pernicious vomiting. Suddenly, while she was torn and inhuman with agony, he sent for Dr. Hesselink, and that horrible afternoon, when the prairie spring was exuberant outside the windows of the poor idioform-reeking room, they took the baby from her, dead. Had it been possible, he might have understood Hesselink's success then, have noted that gravity and charm, that pity and sureness, which made people entrust their lives to him. Not cold and blaming was Hesselink now, but an older and wiser brother, very compassionate. Martin saw nothing. He was not a physician. He was a terrified boy, less useful to Hesselink than the dullest nurse. When he was certain that Leora would recover, Martin sat by her bed, coaxing, "We'll just have to make up our minds we never can have a baby now. And so I want— Oh, I'm no good, and I've got a rotten temper. But to you I want to be everything." She whispered, scarce to be heard, "He would have been such a sweet baby. Oh, I know. I saw him so often, because I knew he was going to be like you, when you were a baby." She tried to laugh. "Perhaps I wanted him because I could boss him. I've never had anybody that would let me boss him. So if I can't have a real baby, I'll have to bring you up, make you a great man that everybody will wonder at, like your son Delius. Darling, I worried so about your worrying." He kissed her, and for hours they sat together, unspeaking, eternally understanding, in the prairie twilight. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Dr. Coughlin of Leopolis had a red moustache, a large heartiness, and a Maxwell which, though it was 3 years old this May, and deplorable as to varnish, he believed to be the superior in speed and beauty of any motor in Dakota. He came home in high cheerfulness, rode the youngest of his 3 children pick-a-back, and remarked to his wife, "Tessie, I got a swell idea." "Yes, and you got swell breath too. I wish you'd quit testing that old spirits frumentus bottle at the drugstore." "Atta girl, but honest. Listen." "I will not." She bussed him heartily. "Nothing doing about driving to Los Angeles this summer. Too far, with all the brats squalling." "Sure, all right, but I mean, let's pack up and light out and spend a week touring round the state. Say tomorrow or next day. Got nothing to keep me now except that obstetrical case, and we'll hand that over to Winter." "All right, we can try out the new thermos bottles." Dr. Coughlin, his lady, and the children started at 4 in the morning. The car was at first too well arranged to be interesting, but after 3 days, as he approached you on the flat road that without an inch of curving was slashed for leagues through the grassy young wheat, you saw the doctor in his khaki suit, his horn-rimmed spectacles and white linen boating hat, his wife in a green flannel blouse and a lace boudoir cap. The rest of the car was slightly confused. While you motored by, you noticed a canvas Egyptian water bottle, mud on wheels and fenders, a spade, 2 older children leaning perilously out and making tongues at you, the baby's diapers hanging on a line across the tonneau, a torn copy of Snappy Stories, 7 lollipop sticks, a jack, a fish rod, and a rolled tent. Your last impression was of 2 large pennants, labeled Leopolis N.D. and Excuse Our Dust. The Coughlin's had agreeable adventures. Once they were stuck in a mud hole. To the shrieking admiration of the family, the doctor got them out by making a bridge of fence rails. Once the ignition ceased, and, while they awaited a garage man summoned by telephone, they viewed a dairy farm with an electrical milking machine. All the way they were broadened by travel, and discovered the wonders of the great world. The movie theatre at Roundup, which had for orchestra not only a hand-played piano, but also a violin. The Black Fox Farm at Melody, and the Severance Water Tower, which was said to be the tallest in central North Dakota. Dr. Coughlin dropped in to pass the time of day, as he said, with all the doctors. At St. Luke he had an intimate friend in Dr. Tromp. At least they had met twice, at the annual meetings of the Pony River Valley Medical Association. When he told Tromp how bad they had found the hotels, Tromp looked uneasy and conscientious and sighed, "If the wife could fix it up somehow, I'd like to invite you all to stay with us tonight." "Oh, don't want to impose on you. Sure it wouldn't be any trouble?" said Coughlin. After Mrs. Tromp had recovered from her desire to call her husband aside and make unheard but vigorous observations, and after the oldest Tromp boy had learned that it wasn't nice for a little gentleman to kick his wee guests that came from so far, far away, they were all very happy. Mrs. Coughlin and Mrs. Tromp bewailed the cost of laundry soap and butter, and exchanged recipes for pickled peaches, while the men sitting on the edge of the porch, their knees crossed, eloquently waving their cigars, gave themselves up to the ecstasy of shop talk. "Say, doctor, how do you find collections?" It was Coughlin speaking, or it might have been Tromp. "Well, they're pretty good. These Germans pay up first rate. Never send 'em a bill, but when they've harvested, they come in and say, 'How much do I owe you, doctor?' Yeah, the Germans are pretty good pay." "Yump, they certainly are. Not many deadbeats among the Germans." "Yes, that's a fact. Say, tell me, doctor, what do you do with your jaundice cases?" "Well, I'll tell you, doctor. If it's a persistent case, I usually give ammonium chloride." "Do you?" "I've been giving ammonium chloride, but here the other day I see a communication in the Journal of the AMA where a fellow was claiming it wasn't any good." "Is that a fact? Well, well, I didn't see that. Well, say, doctor, do you find you can do much with asthma?" "Well now, doctor, just in confidence, I'm going to tell you something that may strike you as funny, but I believe that Fox's lungs are fine for asthma, and TB too. I told that to a Sioux City pulmonary specialist one time, and he laughed at me, said it wasn't scientific, and I said to him, 'Hell,' I said, 'scientific,' I said, 'I don't know if it's the latest fad and wrinkle in science or not,' I said, 'but I get results, and that's what I'm looking for, is results.' I said, 'I tell you a plug GP may not have a lot of letters after his name, but he sees a slew of mysterious things that he can't explain, and I swear I believe most of these damn alleged scientists could learn a whale of a lot from the plain country practitioners, let me tell you.'" "Yeah, that's a fact. Personally, I'd rather stay right here in the country and be able to do a little hunting and take it easy than be the classiest specialist in the cities. One time I kind of figured on becoming an X-ray specialist, place in New York where you can take the whole course in 8 weeks, and maybe settling in Butte or Sioux Falls, but I figured that even if I got to making $8,000–10,000 a year, 'twouldn't hardly mean more than 3,000 does here, and so, and a fellow has to consider his duty to his old patients." "That's so. Say, doctor, say, what sort of fellow is McMintern down your way?" "Well, I don't like to knock any fellow practitioner, and I suppose he's well-intentioned, but just between you and me, he does too confounded much guesswork. Now you take you and me. We apply science to a case, instead of taking a chance and just relying on experience and going off half-cocked. But McMintern, he doesn't know enough. And say, that wife of his, she's a caution. She's got the meanest tongue in 4 counties, and the way she chases around drumming up business for Mac, well, I suppose that's their way of doing business. Is old Winter keeping going? Oh yes, in a sort of way. You know how he is. Of course he's about 20 years behind the times, but he's a great hand-holder. Keeps some fool woman in bed 6 weeks longer than he needs to, and call around twice a day and chin with her. Absolutely unnecessary. I suppose you get your biggest competition from Sulzer, Doctor? Don't you believe it, Doctor. He isn't beginning to do the practice he lets on to. Trouble with Sulzer is, he's too brash. Shoots off his mouth too much. Likes to hear himself talk. Oh, say, by the way, have you run into this new fellow? Will have been located here about 2 years now, at Wheatsylvania. Arrowsmith? No, but they say he's a good, bright young fellow. Yes, they claim he's a brainy man, very well informed, and I hear his wife is a nice, brainy little woman. I hear Arrowsmith hits it up too much, though. Likes his booze awful well. Yes, so they say. Shame, for a nice hustling young fellow. I like a nip myself now and then, but a drinking man. Suppose he's drunk and gets called out on a case. And a fellow from down there was telling me Arrowsmith is great on books and study, but he's a free thinker. Never goes to church. Is that a fact? Great mistake for any doctor to not identify himself with some good solid religious denomination, whether he believes the stuff or not. I tell you, a priest or a preacher can send you an awful lot of business. You bet he can. Well, this fellow said Arrowsmith was always arguing with the preachers. He told some reverend that everybody ought to read this immunologist, Max Gottlieb, and this Jacques Loeb. You know, the fellow that, well, I don't recall exactly what it was, but he claimed he could create living fishes out of chemicals. Sure, there you got it. That's the kind of delusions these laboratory fellows get unless they have some practical practice to keep 'em well balanced. Well, if Arrowsmith falls for that kind of fellow, no wonder people don't trust him. That's so. Well, it's too bad Arrowsmith goes drinking and helling around and neglecting his family and his patients. I can see his finish. Shame. Well, wonder what time of night it's getting to be. Part 2. Bert Tozer wailed, "Mart, what you been doing to Dr. Coughlin of Leopolis? Fellow told me he was going around saying you were a booze hoister and so on. Did he? People do sort of keep an eye on one another around here, don't they?" "You bet your life they do, and that's why I tell you you ought to cut out the poker and the booze. You don't see me needing any liquor, do you?" Martin, more desperately than ever, felt the whole county watching him. He was not a praise-eater. He was not proud that he should feel misplaced. But however sturdily he struggled, he saw himself outside the picture of Wheatsylvania and trudging years of country practice. Suddenly, without planning it, forgetting in his admiration for Sondolaus and the health war, his pride of the laboratory, he was thrown into a research problem. Part 3. There was blackleg among the cattle in Crimson County. The state veterinarian had been called, and Dawson-Hunziker vaccine had been injected, but the disease spread. Martin heard the farmers wailing. He noted that the injected cattle showed no inflammation or rise in temperature. He was roused by a suspicion that the Hunziker vaccine had insufficient living organisms, and he went yelping on the trail of his hypothesis. He obtained, by misrepresentations, a supply of the vaccine and tested it in his stuffy closet of a laboratory. He had to work out his own device for growing anaerobic cultures, but he had been trained by the Gottlieb, who remarked, "Any man that is unable to build a filter out of toothpicks, if he has to, would maybe better buy his results along with his fine equipment." Out of a large fruit jar and a soldered pipe, Martin made his apparatus. When he was altogether sure that the vaccine did not contain living blackleg organisms, he was much more delighted than if he had found that good Mr. Dawson Hunziker was producing honest vaccine. With no excuse and less encouragement, he isolated blackleg organisms from sick cattle and prepared an attenuated vaccine of his own. It took much time. He did not neglect his patients, but certainly he failed to appear in the stores, at the poker games. Leora and he dined on a sandwich every evening and hastened to the laboratory to heat the cultures in the improvised water bath, an ancient and leaky oatmeal cooker with an alcohol lamp. The Martin who had been impatient of Hesselink was of endless patience as he watched his results. He whistled and hummed, and the hours from 7 to midnight were a moment. Leora, frowning placidly, the tip of her tongue at the corner of her mouth, guarded the temperature like a good little watchdog. After 3 efforts, with 2 absurd failures, he had a vaccine which satisfied him, and he injected a stricken herd. The blackleg stopped, which was for Martin the end and the reward, and he turned his notes and supply of vaccine over to the state veterinarian. For others it was not the end. The veterinarian of the county denounced him for intruding on their right to save or kill cattle. The physicians hinted, "That's the kind of monkey business that ruins the dignity of the profession. I tell you, Arrowsmith's a medical nihilist and a notoriety seeker. That's what he is. You mark my words, instead of his sticking to decent regular practice, you'll be hearing of his opening a quack sanitarium one of these days." He commented to Leora, "Dignity hell. If I had my way I'd be doing research. Oh, not this cold, detached stuff of Gottlieb, but really practical work. And then I'd have some fellow like Sondeleus take my results and jam 'em down people's throats. And I'd make them and their cattle and their tabby cats healthy, whether they wanted to be or not. That's what I'd do." In this mood, he read in his Minneapolis paper, between a half column on the marriage of the light middleweight champion and 3 lines devoted to the lynching of an IWW agitator, the announcement, "Gustav Sandeleos, well-known authority on cholera prevention, will give an address on Heroes of Health at the University Summer School next Friday evening." He ran into the house gloating. "Lee, Sondeleus going to lecture in Minneapolis. I'm going. Come on. We'll hear him and have a bat and everything." "No, you run down by yourself. Be fine for you to get away from the town and the family and me for a while. I'll go down with you in the fall. Honestly. If I'm not in the way, maybe you can manage to have a good long talk with Dr. Sondeleus." "Fat chance. The big city physicians and the state health authorities will be standing around him 10 deep. But I'm going." Part 4. The prairie was hot. The wheat rattled in a weary breeze. The day coach was gritty with cinders. Martin was cramped by the hours of slow riding. He drowsed and smoked and meditated. "I'm going to forget medicine and everything else," he vowed. "I'll go up and talk to somebody in the smoker and tell him I'm a shoe salesman." He did. Unfortunately, his confidant happened to be a real shoe salesman, with a large curiosity as to what firm Martin represented, and he returned to the day coach with a renewed sense of injury. When he reached Minneapolis in mid-afternoon, he hastened to the university and besought a ticket to the Sondeleus lecture before he had even found a hotel, though not before he had found the long glass of beer which he had been picturing for 100 miles. He had an informal but agreeable notion of spending his first evening of freedom in dissipation. Somewhere he would meet a company of worthies who would succor him with laughter and talk and many drinks, not too many drinks, of course, and motor very rapidly to Lake Minnetonka for a moonlight swim. He began his search for the brethren by having a cocktail at a hotel bar and dinner in a Hennepin Avenue restaurant. Nobody looked at him, nobody seemed to desire a companion. He was lonely for Leora, and all his state of grace, all his earnest and simple-hearted devotion to carousal, degenerated into sleepiness. As he turned and turned in his hotel bed, he lamented, "And probably the Sondalæus lecture will be rotten. Probably he's simply another Roscoe Gake." Part 5. In the hot night, desultory students wandered up to the door of the lecture hall, scanned the modest Sondalæus poster, and ambled away. Martin was half-minded to desert with them, and he went in sulkily. The hall was a third full of summer students and teachers, and men who might have been doctors or school principals. He sat at the back, fanning with his straw hat, disliking the man with side whiskers who shared the row with him, disapproving of Gustav Sondalæus, and as to himself, having no good opinions whatever. Then the room was charged with vitality. Down the central aisle, ineffectively attended by a small fussy person, thundered a man with a smile, a broad brow, and a straw pile of curly flaxen hair. A Newfoundland dog of a man. Martin sat straight. He was strengthened to endure even the depressing man with side whiskers, as Sondalæus launched out in a musical bellow with Swedish pronunciation and Swedish sing-song. The medical profession can have but one desire, to destroy the medical profession. As for the laymen, they can be sure of but one thing: 9/10 of what they know about health is not so, and with the other 10th they do nothing. As Butler shows in Erewhon, the swine stole that idea from me too, maybe 30 years before I ever got it, the only crime for which we should hang people is having tuberculosis. "Humph," grunted the studio audience, doubtful whether it was fitting to be amused, offended, bored, or edified. Sondalæus was a roarer and a playboy, but he knew incantations. With him, Martin watched the heroes of yellow fever, Reed, Agramonte, Carroll, and Lazière. With him, he landed in a Mexican port stilled with the plague and famished beneath the virulent sun. With him rode up the mountain trails to a hill town rotted with typhus. With him, in crawling August, when babies were parched skeletons, fought an ice trust beneath the gilt and blunted sword of the law. That's what I want to do, not just tinker with a lot of worn-out bodies, but make a new world. Martin hungered. Gosh, I'd follow him through fire. And the way he lays out the crepe hangers that criticize public health results. If I could only manage to meet him and talk to him for a couple of minutes. He lingered after the lecture. A dozen people surrounded Sondalæus on the platform. A few shook hands. A few asked questions. A doctor worried, "But how about the danger of free clinics and all those things drifting into socialism?" Martin stood back till Sondalæus had been deserted. A janitor was closing the windows, very firmly and suggestively. Sondalæus looked about, and Martin would have sworn that the great man was lonely. He shook hands with him, and quaked. "Sir, if you aren't due someplace, I wonder if you'd like to come out and have a—" Sondalæus loomed over him in solar radiance and rumbled, "Have a drink? Well, I think maybe I would. How did the joke about the dog and his fleas go tonight? Do you think they liked it?" "Oh, sure, you bet." The warrior, who had been telling of feeding 5,000 Tatars, of receiving a degree from a Chinese university, and refusing a decoration from quite a good Balkan king, looked affectionately on his band of one disciple and demanded, "Was it all right? Was it? Did they like it? So hot tonight, and I've been lecturing 9 times a week. Des Moines, Fort Dodge, La Crosse, Elgin, Joliet." But he pronounced it Joliet. And, I forget. Was it all right? Did they like it? "Simply corking. Oh, they just ate it up. Honestly, I've never enjoyed anything so much in my life." The prophet crowed. "Come, I buy a drink. As a hygienist, I war on alcohol. In excessive quantities, it is almost as bad as coffee, or even ice cream soda. But as one who is fond of talking, I find a nice long whiskey and soda a great solvent of human idiocy. Is there a cool place with some Pilsener here in Detroit? No. Where am I tonight? Minneapolis? I understand there's a good beer garden, and we can get the trolley right near here." Sondolaus stared at him. "Oh, I have a taxi waiting." Martin was abashed by this luxury. In the taxi cab he tried to think of the proper things to say to a celebrity. "Tell me, doctor, do they have city health boards in Europe?" Sondolaus ignored him. "Did you see that girl going by? What ankles! What shoulders! Is it good beer at the beer garden? Have they any decent cognac? Do you know Courvoisier 1865 cognac? Oof! Lecturing! I swear I will give it up. And wearing dress clothes a night like this. You know, I mean all the crazy things I say in my lectures. But let us now forget being earnest. Let us drink. Let us sing Der Graf von Luxemburg. Let us detach exquisite girls from their escorts. Let us discuss the joys of Die Meistersinger, which only I appreciate." In the beer garden, the tremendous Sondolaus discoursed of the Cosmos Club, Halley's investigation of infant mortality, the suitability of combining Benedictine and Applejack, Biarritz, Lord Haldane, the Doane Buckley method of milk examination, George Gissing, and Omar Thermidor. Martin looked for a connection between Sondolaus and himself, as one does with the notorious or with people met abroad. He might have said, "I think I met a man who knows you," or "I have had the pleasure of reading all your articles." But he fished with, "Did you ever run into the two big men in my medical school, Winnemac, Dean Silva and Max Gottlieb?" "Silva I don't remember, but Gottlieb, you know him? Oh!" Sondolaus waved his mighty arms. "The greatest! The spirit of science. I had the pleasure to talk with him at McGurk. He would not sit here bawling like me. He makes me like a circus clown. He takes all my statements about epidemiology and shows me I am a fool. He beamed, and was off on a denunciation of high tariff. Each topic had its suitable refreshment. Sondolaus was a fantastic drinker, and zinc-lined. He mixed Pilsner, whiskey, black coffee, and a liquid which the waiter asserted to be absinthe. "I should go to bed at midnight," he lamented, "but it is a cardinal sin to interrupt good talk. Used tempt me a little. I am an easy one to be tempted. But I must have 5 hours sleep. Absolute. I lecture it's some place in Iowa, tomorrow evening. Now that I am past 50, I cannot get along with 3 hours as I used to, and yet I have found so many new things that I want to talk about." He was more eloquent than ever. Then he was annoyed. A surly-looking man at the next table listened and peered and laughed at them. Sondolaus dropped from Hofkeen's cholera serum to an irate, "If that fellow stares at me some more, I am going over and kill him. I am a peaceful man, now that I am not so young, but I do not like starers. I will go and argue with him. I will yust hit him a little." While the waiters came rushing, Sondolaus charged the man, threatened him with enormous fists, then stopped, shook hands repeatedly, and brought him back to Martin. "This is a born countryman of mine, from Gothenburg. He is a carpenter. Sit down, Nielsen. Sit down and have a drink. Humph! Waiter!" The carpenter was a socialist, a Swedish Seventh-day Adventist, a ferocious arguer, and fond of drinking aquavit. He denounced Sondolaus as an aristocrat. He denounced Martin for his ignorance of economics. He denounced the waiter concerning the brandy. Sondolaus and Martin and the waiter answered with vigor, and the conversation became admirable. Presently they were turned out of the beer garden, and the three of them crowded into the still waiting taxicab, which shook to their debating. Where they went, Martin could never trace. He may have dreamed the whole tale. Once they were apparently in a roadhouse on a long street which must have been University Avenue. Once in a saloon on Washington Avenue South, where 3 tramps were sleeping at the end of the bar. Once in the carpenter's house where an unexplained man made coffee for them. Wherever they might be, they were at the same time in Moscow and Curaçao and more Willambah. The carpenter created communistic states, while Sondeleus, proclaiming that he did not care whether he worked under socialism or an emperor, so long as he could bully people into being well, annihilated tuberculosis, and by dawn had cancer fleeing. They parted at 4, tearfully swearing to meet again in Minnesota or Stockholm, in Rio or on the southern seas, and Martin started for Wheatsylvania to put an end to all this nonsense of allowing people to be ill. And the great god Sondeleus had slain Dean Silva, as Silva had slain Gottlieb. Gottlieb had slain Encore Edwards, the playful chemist. Edwards had slain Doc Vickerson, and Vickerson had slain the minister's son, who had a real trapeze in his barn. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Dr. Vorstein of Vanderhyde's Grove acted in spare time as Superintendent of Health for Crimson County. But the office was not well paid, and it did not greatly interest him. When Martin burst in and offered to do all the work for half the pay, Vorstein accepted with benevolence, assuring him that it would have a great effect on his private practice. It did. It almost ruined his private practice. There was never an official appointment. Martin signed Vorstein's name, spelling it in various interesting ways, depending on how he felt, to papers, and the Board of County Commissioners recognized Martin's limited power, but the whole thing was probably illegal. There was small science and considerably less heroism in his first furies as a health officer, but a great deal of irritation for his fellow townsmen. He poked into yards, he denounced Mrs. Beeson for her reeking ash barrels, Mr. Norblom for piling manure on the street, and the school board for the school ventilation and lack of instruction in tooth-brushing. The citizens had formerly been agitated by his irreligion, his moral looseness, and his lack of local patriotism. But when they were prodded out of their comfortable and probably beneficial dirt, they exploded. Martin was honest and appallingly earnest, but if he had the innocence of the dove, he lacked the wisdom of the serpent. He did not make them understand his mission. He scarce tried to make them understand. His authority as Vorstein's alter ego was imposing on paper but feeble in action, and it was worthless against the stubbornness which he aroused. He advanced from garbage spying to a drama of infection. The community at Delft had a typhoid epidemic which slackened and continually reappeared. The villagers believed that it came from a tribe of squatters 6 miles up the creek, and they considered lynching the offenders as a practical protest and an interesting break in wheat farming. When Martin insisted that in 6 miles the creek would purify any waste, and that the squatters were probably not the cause, he was amply denounced. "He's a fine one, he is, to go around blatting that we'd ought to have more health precautions. Here we go and show him where there's some hellhounds that ought to be shot, and them old bohunks anyway, and he doesn't do a darn thing but shoot a lot of hot air about germicidal effect or whatever the fool thing is," remarked Kays, the wheat buyer at the Delft elevator. Flashing through the county, not neglecting, but certainly not enlarging his own practice, Martin mapped every recent case of typhoid within 5 miles of Delft. He looked into milk routes and grocery deliveries. He discovered that most of the cases had appeared after the visits of an itinerary seamstress, a spinster virtuous and almost painfully hygienic. She had had typhoid 4 years before. "She's a chronic carrier of the bugs. She's got to be examined," he announced. He found her sewing at the house of an old farmer preacher. With modest indignation she refused to be examined, and as he went away she could be heard weeping at the insult, while the preacher cursed him from the doorstep. He returned with the township police officer and had the seamstress arrested and confined in the segregation ward of the county poor farm. In her discharges he found billions of typhoid bacilli. The frail and decent body was not comfortable in the board-lined whitewashed ward. She was shamed and frightened. She had always been well beloved, a gentle, shabby, bright-eyed spinster who brought presents to the babies, helped the overworked farm wives to cook dinner, and sang to the children in her thin sparrow voice. Martin was reviled for persecuting her. He wouldn't dare pick on her if she wasn't so poor, they said, and they talked of a jail delivery. Martin fretted. He called upon the seamstress at the poor farm. He tried to make her understand that there was no other place for her. He brought her magazines and sweets. But he was firm. She could not go free. He was convinced that she had caused at least 100 cases of typhoid, with 9 deaths. The county derided him. Cause typhoid now, when she had been well for 4 years? The county commissioners and the county board of health called Dr. Hesselink in from the next county. He agreed with Martin and his maps. Every meeting of the commissioners was a battle now, and it was uncertain whether Martin would be ruined or throned. Leora saved him and the seamstress. "Why not take up a collection to send her off to some big hospital where she can be treated, or where they can keep her if she can't be cured?" said she. The seamstress entered a sanitarium, and was amiably forgotten by everybody for the rest of her life. And his recent enemies said of Martin, "He's mighty smart, and right on the job." Hesselink drove over to inform him, "You did pretty well this time, Arrowsmith. Glad to see you're settling down to business." Martin was slightly cocky, and immediately bounded after a fine new epidemic. He was so fortunate as to have a case of smallpox and several which he suspected. Some of these lay across the border in Mencken County, Hesselink's domain, and Hesselink laughed at him. "It's probably all chicken pox, except your one case. Mighty rarely you get smallpox in summer," he chuckled, while Martin raged up and down the 2 counties, proclaiming the scourge, imploring everyone to be vaccinated, thundering, "There's going to be all hell let loose here in 10 or 15 days." But the United Brethren parson, who served chapels in Wheatsylvania and 2 other villages, was an anti-vaccinationist, and he preached against it. The villages sided with him. Martin went from house to house, beseeching them, offering to treat them without charge. As he had never taught them to love him and follow him as a leader, they questioned, they argued long and easily on doorsteps, they cackled that he was drunk. Though for weeks his strongest draught had been the acrid coffee of the countryside, they peeped one to another that he was drunk every night, that the United Brethren minister was about to expose him from the pulpit. And 10 dreadful days went by, and 15, and all but the first case did prove to be chicken pox. Hesselink gloated, and the village roared, and Martin was the butt of the land. He had only a little resented their gossip about his wickedness, only in evenings of slow depression had he meditated upon fleeing from them, but at their laughter he was black furious. Leora comforted him with cool hands. "It'll pass over," she said, but it did not pass. By autumn it had become such a burlesque epic as peasants love through all the world. He had, they mirthfully related, declared that anybody who kept hogs would die of smallpox. He had been drunk for a week and diagnosed everything from gallstones to heartburn as smallpox. They greeted him, with no meaning of offence in their snickering. "Got a pimple on my chin, Doc? What is it, smallpox?" More terrible than their rage is the people's laughter, and if it rends tyrants, with equal zest it pursues the saint and wise man and befouls their treasure. when the neighborhood suddenly achieved a real epidemic of diphtheria and Martin shakily preached antitoxin, one half of them remembered his failure to save Mary Novak, and the other half clamored, "Oh, give us a rest! You got epidemics on the brain." That a number of children quite adequately died did not make them relinquish their comic epic. Then it was that Martin came home to Leora and said quietly, "I'm licked. I've got to get out. Nothing more I can do here. Take years before they'd trust me again. They're so damned humorous. I'm going to go get a real job. Public health." "I'm so glad. You're too good for them here. We'll find some big place where they'll appreciate your work." "No, that's not fair. I've learned a little something. I've failed here. I've antagonized too many people. I didn't know how to handle them. We could stick it out, and I would, except that life is short, and I think I'm a good worker in some ways. Been worrying about being a coward, about running away, turning my hand from the plow. I don't care now. By God, I know what I can do. Gottlieb saw it, and I want to get to work. On we go. All right?" "Of course." Part 2. He had read in the Journal of the American Medical Association that Gustav Sondelæus was giving a series of lectures at Harvard. He wrote asking whether he knew of a public health appointment. Sondelæus answered, in a profane and blotty scrawl, that he remembered with joy their Minneapolis vacation, that he disagreed with Entwistle of Harvard about the nature of metathrombin, that there was an excellent Italian restaurant in Boston, and that he would inquire among his health official friends as to a position. 2 days later he wrote that Dr. Almus Pickerbaugh, Director of Public Health in the city of Nautilus, Iowa, was looking for a second in command, and would probably be willing to send particulars. Leora and Martin swooped on an almanac. Gosh, 69,000 people in Nautilus, against 366 here. No, wait, it's 367 now, with that new baby of Pete Yeska's that the dirty swine called in Hesseling for. People that can talk, theaters, maybe concerts. Leora, we'll be like a pair of kids let loose from school. He telegraphed for details, to the enormous interest of the station agent, who was also a telegraph operator. The mimeographed form which was sent to him said that Dr. Pickerbaugh required an assistant who would be the only full-time medical officer besides Pickerbaugh himself, as the clinic and school doctors were private physicians working part-time. The assistant would be epidemiologist, bacteriologist, and manager of the office clerks, the nurses, and the lay inspectors of dairies and sanitation. The salary would be $2,500 a year against the $1,500 or $1,600 Martin was making in Wheatsylvania. Proper recommendations were desired. Martin wrote to Sondelæus, to Dad Silva, and to Max Gottlieb, now at the McGurk Institute in New York. Dr. Pickerbaugh informed him, "I have received very pleasant letters from Dean Silva and Dr. Sondelæus about you, but the letter from Dr. Gottlieb is quite remarkable. He says you have rare gifts as a laboratory man. I take great pleasure in offering you the appointment. Kindly wire." Not till then did Martin completely realize that he was leaving Wheatsylvania. The tedium of Bert Tozer's nagging, the spying of Pete Yeska and the Norbloms, the inevitability of turning, as so many unchanging times he had turned, south from the Leopolis Road at the 2-mile Grove, and following again that weary, flat, unbending trail, the superiority of Dr. Hesselink and the malice of Dr. Coughlin, the round which left him no time for his dusty laboratory, leaving it all for the achievement and splendor of the great city of Nautilus. "Leora, we're going. We're really going." Part 3. Bert Tozer said, "You know by golly there's folks that would call you a traitor, after all we've done for you, even if you did pay back the $1,000, to let some other doc come in here and get all that influence away from the family." Ada Quist said, I guess if you ain't too popular with the folks around here, you'll have one fine time in a big city like Nautilus. Well, Bert and me are going to get married next year, and when you two swells make a failure of it, I suppose we'll have to take care of you at our house when you come sneaking back. Do you think we could get your house at the same rate you paid for it? Oh, Bert, why couldn't we take Mart's office instead? It would save money. Well, I've always said, since we were in school together, you couldn't stand a decent regular life, Orrie. Mr. Tozer said, I simply can't understand it, with everything going so nice. Why, you'd be making $3,000–4,000 a year some day, if you just stuck to it. Haven't we tried to treat you nice? I don't like to have my little girl go away and leave me alone, now I'm getting on in years. And Bert gets so cranky with me and mother, but you and Orrie would always kind of listen to us. Can't you fix it somehow so you could stay? Pete Yeska said, Doc, you could have knocked me down with a feather when I heard you were going. Course you and me have scrapped about this drug business, but Lord, I've been kinda half thinking about coming around sometime and offering you a partnership and let you run the drug end to suit yourself, and we could get the Buick agency maybe and work up a nice little business. I'm really sorry you're going to leave us. Well, come back some day and we'll take a shot at the ducks and have a good laugh about that bull you made over the smallpox. I never will forget that. I was saying to the old woman just the other day, when she had an earache, ain't got smallpox, have you, Bess? Dr. Hesseling said, Doctor, what's this I hear? You're not going away? Why, you and I were just beginning to bring medical practice in this neck of the woods up to where it ought to be. So I drove over tonight. Huh? We panned you? Yes, I suppose we did. But that doesn't mean we didn't appreciate you. Small place like here or Groningen, you have to roast your neighbors to keep busy. Why, Doctor, I've been watching you develop from an unlicked cub to a real upstanding physician. And now you're going away. You don't know how I feel. Henry Novak said, Why, Doc, you ain't going to leave us? And we got a new baby coming, and I said to the woman just the other day, it's a good thing we got a doc that hands you out the truth, and not all this guff we used to get from Dr. Winter. The wheat buyer at Delft said, Doc, what's this I hear? You ain't going away? A fellow told me you was, and I says to him, don't be more of a damn fool than the Lord meant you to be, I says. But I got to worrying about it, and I drove over and, Doc, I fire off my mouth pretty easy, I guess. I was agin you in the typhoid epidemic when you said that seamstress was carrying the sickness around, and then you showed me up good. Doc, if you'd like to be state senator, and if you'll stay, I got quite a little influence. Believe me, I'll get out and work my shirt off for you. Alec Engelblad said, You're a lucky guy. All the village was at the train when they left for Nautilus. For 100 autumn-blazing miles, Martin mourned his neighbors. I feel like getting off and going back. Didn't we used to have fun playing 500 with the Frasers? I hate to think of the kind of doctor they may get. I swear, if some quack settles there, or if Vostein neglects the health work again, I'll go back and run 'em both out of business. And be kind of fun to be state senator some ways. But as evening thickened, and nothing in all the rushing world existed save the yellow pinch gas globes above them in the long car, they saw ahead of them great Nautilus, high honor and achievement, the making of a radiant model city, and the praise of Sonderlaeus, perhaps even of Max Gottlieb. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Midmost of the black-soiled Iowa plain, watered only by a shallow and insignificant creek, the city of Nautilus bakes and rattles and glistens. For hundreds of miles the tall corn springs in a jungle of undeviating rows, and the stranger who sweatily trudges the corn-walled roads is lost and nervous with the sense of merciless growth. Nautilus is to Zenith what Zenith is to Chicago. With 70,000 people, it is a smaller zenith, but no less brisk. There is one large hotel to compare with a dozen in Zenith, but that one is as busy and standardized and frenziedly modern as its owner can make it. The only authentic difference between Nautilus and Zenith is that in both cases all the streets look alike, but in Nautilus they do not look alike for so many miles. The difficulty in defining its quality is that no one has determined whether it is a very large village or a very small city. There are houses with chauffeurs and Bacardi cocktails, but on August evenings all save a few score burghers sit in their shirt sleeves on front porches. Across from the 10-story office building, in which a little magazine of the new prose is published by a young woman who for 5 months lived in the cafés of Montparnasse, is an old frame mansion comfortable with maples, and a line of Fords and lumber wagons in which the overalled farmers have come to town. Iowa has the richest land, the lowest illiteracy rate, the largest percentages of native-born whites and motor car owners, and the most moral and forward-looking cities of all the states, and Nautilus is the most Iowan city in Iowa. 1 out of every 3 persons above the age of 60 has spent a winter in California, and among them are the champion horseshoe pitcher of Pasadena, and the woman who presented the turkey which Miss Mary Pickford, the cinema princess, enjoyed at her Christmas dinner in 1912. Nautilus is distinguished by large houses with large lawns and by an astounding quantity of garages and lofty church spires. The fat fields run up to the edge of the city, and the scattered factories, the innumerable railroad side tracks, and the straggly cottages for workmen are almost amid the corn. Nautilus manufactures steel windmills, agricultural implements, including the celebrated Daisy manure spreader, and such corn products as maize mealies, the renowned breakfast food. It makes brick, it sells groceries wholesale, and it is the headquarters of the Corn Belt Cooperative Insurance Company. One of its smallest but oldest industries is Mugford Christian College, which has 217 students and 16 instructors, of whom 11 are ministers of the Church of Christ. The well-known Dr. Tom Bissix is football coach, health director, and professor of hygiene, chemistry, physics, French, and German. Its shorthand and piano departments are known far beyond the limits of Nautilus, and once, though that was some years ago, Mugford held the Grinnell College baseball team down to a score of 11-5. It has never been disgraced by squabbles over teaching evolutionary biology. It never has thought of teaching biology at all. Part 2. Martin left Leora at the Sims house, the old-fashioned, second-best house in Nautilus, to report to Dr. Pickerbaugh, director of the Department of Public Health. The department was on an alley, in a semi-basement at the back of that large greystone fungus, the City Hall. When he entered the drab reception office, he was highly received by the stenographer and the 2 visiting nurses. Into the midst of their flutterings, "Did you have a good trip, doctor? Dr. Pickerbaugh didn't hardly expect you till tomorrow, doctor." "Is Mrs. Arrowsmith with you, doctor?" charged Pickerbaugh, thundering welcomes. Dr. Almus Pickerbaugh was 48. He was a graduate of Mugford College and of the Wausau Medical School. He looked somewhat like President Roosevelt, with the same squareness and the same bristly moustache, and he cultivated the resemblance. He was a man who never merely talked. He either bubbled or made orations. He received Martin with 4 wells, which he gave after the manner of a college cheer. He showed him through the department, led him into the director's private office, gave him a cigar, and burst the dam of manly silence. "Doctor, I am delighted to have a man with your scientific inclinations. Not that I should consider myself entirely without them. In fact, I make it a regular practice to set aside a period for scientific research, without a certain amount of which even the most ardent crusade for health methods would scarcely make much headway." It sounded like the beginning of a long seminar. Martin settled in his chair. He was doubtful about his cigar, but he found that it helped him to look more interested. But with me, I admit, it's a matter of temperament. I have often hoped that, without any desire whatever for mere personal aggrandizement, the powers above may yet grant me the genius to become at once the Roosevelt and the Longfellow of the great and universally growing movement for public health measures. Is your cigar too mild, Doctor? Or perhaps it would be better to say the Kipling of public health rather than the Longfellow, because despite the beautiful passages and high moral atmosphere of the Sage of Cambridge, his poetry lacked the swing and punch of Kipling. I assume you agree with me, or you will when you have had an opportunity to see the effect our work has on the city, and the success we have in selling the idea of better health. That what the world needs is a really inspired, courageous, overtowering leader, say a Billy Sunday of the movement, a man who would know how to use sensationalism properly and wake the people out of their sloth. Sometimes the papers, and I can only say they flatter me when they compare me with Billy Sunday, the greatest of all evangelists and Christian preachers. Sometimes they claim that I'm too sensational. If they only could understand it. Trouble is, I can't be sensational enough. Still, I try, and look here. Here's a placard. It was painted by my daughter Orchid, and the poetry is my own humble effort. And let me tell you, it gets quoted around everywhere. You can't get health by a pussyfoot stealth, so let's every health booster crow just like a rooster. Then there's another. This is a minor thing. It doesn't try to drive home general abstract principles, but it'd surprise you the effect it had on careless housewives, who of course don't mean to neglect the health of their little ones and merely need instruction and a little pep put into them, and when they see a card like this, it makes them think. Boil the milk bottles or by gum, you better buy your ticket to Kingdom Come. I've gotten quite a lot of appreciation in my small way for some of these things that didn't hardly take me 5 minutes to dash off. Some day, when you get time, glance over this volume of clippings, just to show you, Doctor, what you can do if you go at the movement in the up-to-date and scientific manner. This one, about the temperance meeting I addressed in Des Moines, say, I had that hall, and it was jam-packed full, lifting right up on their feet when I proved by statistics that 93% of all insanity is caused by booze. Then this. Well, it hasn't anything to do with health directly, but it'll just indicate the opportunity you'll have here to get in touch with all the movements for civic weal. He held out a newspaper clipping in which, above a pen and ink caricature portraying him with a large mustached head on a tiny body, was the headline, Doc Pickerbaugh Banner Booster of Evangeline County leads big go-to-church demonstration here. Pickerbaugh looked it over, reflecting, that was a dandy meeting. We increased church attendance here 17%. Oh, Doctor, you went to Minimac and had your internship in Zenith, didn't you? Well, this might interest you then. It's from the Zenith Advocate-Times, and it's by Chum Frink, who, I think you'll agree with me, ranks with Eddie Guest and Walt Mason as the greatest, as they certainly are the most popular, of all our poets, showing that you can bank every time on the literary taste of the American public. Dear old Chum. That was when I was in Zenith to address the National Convention of Congregational Sunday Schools. I happen to be a Congregationalist myself, on the morality of A1 health. So Chum wrote this poem about me. Zenith welcomes with high hurrah a friend in Almas Pickerbaugh, the two-fisted fightin' poet doc, who stands for health like Gibraltar's rock. He's jammed with figures and facts and fun, the plucky old lucky old son of a gun. For a moment, the exuberant Dr. Pickerbaugh was shy. Maybe it's kind of immodest in me to show that around. And when I read a poem with such originality and swing, when I find a genuine vest pocket masterpiece like this, Then I realized that I'm not a poet at all, no matter how much my jingles may serve to jazz up the cause of health. My brain-children may teach sanitation and do their little part to save thousands of dear lives, but they aren't literature, like what Chum Frink turns out. No, I guess I'm nothing but just a plain scientist in an office. Still, you'll readily see how one of these efforts of mine, just by having a good laugh and a punch and some melody in it, does gild the pill and make careless folks stop spitting on the sidewalks and get out into God's great outdoors and get their lungs packed full of ozone and lead a real hairy-chested he life. In fact, you might care to look over the first number of a little semi-yearly magazine I'm just starting. I know for a fact that a number of newspaper editors are going to quote from it and so carry on the good work as well as boost my circulation. He handed to Martin a pamphlet entitled Pickerbaugh Pickings. In verse and aphorism, Pickings recommended good health, good roads, good business, and the single standard of morality. Dr. Pickerbaugh backed up his injunctions with statistics as impressive as those the Reverend Ira Hinckley had once used at Digamma Pi. Martin was edified by an item which showed that among all families divorced in Ontario, Tennessee, and southern Wyoming in 1912, the appalling number of 53% of the husbands drank at least one glass of whiskey daily. Before this warning had sunk in, Pickerbaugh snatched Pickings from him with a boyish, "Oh, you won't want to read any more of my rot. You can look it over some future time, but this second volume of my clippings may perhaps interest you, just as a hint of what a fellow can do." While he considered the headlines in the scrapbook, Martin realized that Dr. Pickerbaugh was vastly better known than he had realized. He was exposed as the founder of the first Rotary Club in Iowa, superintendent of the Jonathan Edwards Congregational Sunday School of Nautilus, president of the Moccasin Ski and Hiking Club, of the West Side Bowling Club, and the 1912 Bull Moose and Roosevelt Club, organizer and cheerleader of a joint picnic of the Woodmen, Moose, Elks, Masons, Oddfellows, Turnverein, Knights of Columbus, B'nai B'rith, and the YMCA, and winner of the prizes both for reciting the largest number of biblical texts and for dancing the best Irish jig at the Harvest Moon soiree of the Jonathan Edwards Bible class for the grown-ups. Martin read of him as addressing the Century Club of Nautilus on A Yankee Doctor's Trip Through Old Europe, and the Mugford College Alumni Association on Wanted, a man-sized feet ball coach for old Mugford. But outside of Nautilus as well, there were loud alarums of his presence. He had spoken at the Toledo Chamber of Commerce weekly luncheon on More Health, More Bank Clearings. He had edified the National Interurban Trolley Council, meeting at Wichita, on Health Maxims for Trolley Folks. 7,600 Detroit automobile mechanics had listened to his observations on Health First, Safety Second, and Booze Nowhere A-Tall. And in a great convention at Waterloo, he had helped organize the 1st Regiment in Iowa of the Anti-Rum Minutemen. The articles and editorials regarding him, in newspapers, house organs, and one rubber goods periodical, were accompanied by photographs of himself, his buxom wife, and his 8 bounding daughters, depicted in Canadian winter costumes, among snow and icicles, in modest but easy athletic costumes, playing tennis in the backyard, and in costumes of no known genus whatever, frying bacon against a background of northern Minnesota pines. Martin felt strongly that he would like to get away and recover. He walked back to the Sims house. He realized that to a civilized man, the fact that Pickerbaugh advocated any reform would be sufficient reason for ignoring it. When he had gone thus far, Martin pulled himself up, cursed himself for what he esteemed his old sin of superiority to decent normal people. Failure. Disloyalty. In medical school, in private practice, in his bullying health administration. Now again? He urged. This pep and heartiness stuff of Pickerbaugh's is exactly the thing to get across to the majority of people the scientific discoveries of the Max Gottliebs. What do I care how much Pickerbaugh gasses before conventions of Sunday school superintendents and other morons? As long as he lets me alone and lets me do my work in the lab and dairy inspection. He pumped up enthusiasm and came quite cheerfully and confidently into the shabby, high-ceilinged hotel bedroom where Leora sat in a rocker by the window. "Well?" she said. "It's fine. Gave me fine welcome, and they want us to come to dinner tomorrow evening." "What's he like?" "Oh, he's awfully optimistic. He puts things over. Oh, Leora, am I going to be a sour, cranky, unpopular, rotten failure again?" His head was buried in her lap, and he clung to her affection, the one reality in a world of chattering ghosts. Part 3. When the maples fluttered beneath their window in the breeze that sprang up with the beginning of twilight, when the amiable citizens of Nautilus had driven home to supper in their shaky Fords, Leora had persuaded him that Pickerbaugh's flamboyance would not interfere with his own work, that in any case that they would not remain in Nautilus forever, that he was impatient, and that she loved him dearly. So they descended to supper, an old-fashioned Iowa supper with corn fritters and many little dishes which were of interest after the loving but misinformed cooking of Leora, and they went to the movies and held hands and were not ill-content. The next day Dr. Pickerbaugh was busier and less buoyant. He gave Martin a notion of the details of his work. Martin had thought of himself, freed from tinkering over cut fingers and earaches, as spending ecstatic days in the laboratory, emerging only to battle with factory owners who defied sanitation. But he found that it was impossible to define his work, except that he was to do a little of everything that Pickerbaugh, the press, or any stray citizen of Nautilus might think of. He was to placate voluble voters who came in to complain of everything, from the smell of sewer gas to the midnight beer parties of neighbors. He was to dictate office correspondence to the touchy stenographer, who was not a working girl, but a nice girl who was working. To give publicity to the newspapers, to buy paper clips and floor wax and report blanks at the lowest prices, to assist, in need, the 2 part-time physicians in the city clinic, to direct the nurses and the 2 sanitary inspectors, to scold the garbage removal company, to arrest, or at least to jaw at, all public spitters, to leap into a Ford and rush out to tack placards on houses in which were infectious diseases, to keep a learned, implacable eye on epidemics from Vladivostok to Patagonia, and to prevent, by methods not very clearly outlined, their coming in to slay the yeomanry and even halt the business activities of Nautilus. But there was a little laboratory work, milk tests, Wassermanns for private physicians, the making of vaccines, cultures in suspected diphtheria. "I get it," said Leora, as they dressed for the dinner at Pickerbaugh's. "Your job will only take about 28 hours a day, and the rest of the time you're perfectly welcome to spend in research, unless somebody interrupts you." Part 4. The home of Dr. and Mrs. Almus Pickerbaugh, on the steeple-prickly west side, was a real old-fashioned home. It was a wooden house with towers, swings, hammocks, rather mussy shade trees, a rather mangy lawn, a rather damp arbor, and an old carriage house with a line of steel spikes along the ridge-pole. Over the front gate was the name, "You Need a Rest." Martin and Leora came into a shambles of salutations and daughters. The 8 girls, from pretty Orchid, aged 19, to the 5-year-old twins, surged up in a tidal wave of friendly curiosity and tried to talk all at once. Their hostess was a plump woman with an air of worried trustfulness. Her conviction that everything was all right was constantly struggling with her knowledge that a great many things seemed to be all wrong. She kissed Leora while Pickerbaugh was pump-handling Martin. Pickerbaugh had a way of pressing his thumb into the back of your hand, which was extraordinarily cordial and painful. He immediately drowned out even his daughters by an oration on the home nest. Here you've got an illustration of health in the home. Look at these great strapping girls, Arrowsmith. Never been sick a day in their lives, practically. And though mother does have her sick headaches, that's to be attributed to the early neglect of her diet, because while her father, the old deacon, and a fine upstanding gentleman of the old school he was too, if there ever was one, and a friend of Nathaniel Mugford, to whom more than any other we owe not only the foundation of Mugford College, but also the tradition of integrity and industry which have produced our present prosperity, but he had no knowledge of diet or sanitation, and I've always thought... The daughters were introduced as Orchid, Verbena, Daisy, Jonquil, Hibisca, Narcissa, and the twins, Arbuta and Gladiola. Mrs. Pickerbaugh sighed. I suppose it would be dreadfully conventional to call them my jewels. I do so hate these conventional phrases that everybody uses, don't you? But that's what they really are to their mother and the doctor, and I have sometimes wished... Of course, when we'd started giving them floral names, we had to keep it up. But if we'd started with jewels, just think of all the darling names we might have used, like agate and cameo and sardonyx and beryl and topaz and opal and esmeralda and chrysoprase. It is chrysoprase, isn't it? Not chrysalis? Oh well, many people have congratulated us on their names as it is. You know the girls are getting quite famous. Their pictures in so many papers. And we have a Pickerbaugh ladies' baseball team, all our own. Only the doctor has to play on it now, because I'm beginning to get a little stout. Except by their ages, it was impossible to tell the daughters apart. They were all bouncing, all blonde, all pretty, all eager, all musical, and not merely pure, but clamorously clean-minded. They all belonged to the Congregational Sunday School, and either to the YWCA or the Campfire Girls. They were all fond of picnicking, and they could all of them, except the 5-year-old twins, quote practically without error the newest statistics showing the evils of alcohol. In fact, said Dr. Pickerbaugh, we think they're a very striking brood of chickabiddies. They certainly are, quivered Martin. But best of all, they are able to help me put over the doctrine of the mens sana in the corpus sano. Mrs. Pickerbaugh and I have trained them to sing together, both in the home and publicly, and as an organization we call them the Healthet Octet. Really? Said Leora, when it was apparent that Martin had passed beyond speech. Yes, and before I get through with it, I hope to popularize the name Healthet from end to end of this old nation, and you're going to see bands of happy young women going around spreading their winged message into every dark corner. Healthet bands, beautiful and pure-minded and enthusiastic and good basketball players. I tell you, they'll make the lazy and willful stir their stumps. They'll shame the filthy livers and filthy talkers into decency. I've already worked out a poem slogan for the Healthet bands. Would you like to hear it? Winsome young womanhood wins with a smile, boozers, spitters, and gamblers from things that are vile. Our parents and teachers have explained the cause of life, so against the evil-minded we'll also make strife. We'll shame them, reclaim them from bad habits, you bet. Better watch out, Mr. Loafer, I am a Healthet. But of course an even more important cause is, and I was one of the first to advocate it, having a Secretary of Health and Eugenics in the cabinet at Washington. On the tide of this dissertation, they were swept through a stupendous dinner, with a hearty, "Nonsense, nonsense, man, of course you want a second helping. This is Hospitality Hall." Pickerbaugh so stuffed Martin and Leora with roast duck, candied sweet potatoes, and mince pie that they became dangerously ill and sat glassy-eyed. But Pickerbaugh himself did not seem to be affected. While he carved and gobbled, he went on discoursing till the dining room, with its old walnut buffet, its Hoffman pictures of Christ, and its Remington pictures of cowpunchers, seemed to vanish, leaving him on a platform beside a pitcher of ice water. Not always was he merely fantastic. Dr. Arrowsmith, I tell you, we're lucky men to be able to get a living out of doing our honest best to make the people in a he-town like this well and vital. I could be pulling down 8 or 10,000 a year in private practice, and I've been told I could make more than that in the art of advertising. Yet I'm glad, and my dear ones are glad with me, to take a salary of 4,000. Think of our having a job where we've got nothing to sell but honesty and decency and the brotherhood of man." Martin perceived that Pickerbaugh meant it, and the shame of the realization kept him from leaping up, seizing Leora, and catching the first train out of Nautilus. After dinner, the younger daughters desired to love Leora in swarms. Martin had to take the twins on his knees and tell them a story. They were remarkably heavy twins, but no heavier than the labor of inventing a plot. Before they went to bed, the entire Healthette octet sang the famous health hymn, written by Dr. Almus Pickerbaugh, which Martin was to hear on so many bright and active public occasions in Nautilus. It was set to the tune of the Battle Hymn of the Republic, but as the twins' voices were energetic and extraordinarily shrill, it had an effect all its own. Oh, are you out for happiness, or are you out for pelf? You owe it to the grand old flag to cultivate yourself, to train the mind, keep clean the streets, and ever guard your health. Then we'll go marching on. A healthy mind in a clean body, a healthy mind in a clean body, a healthy mind in a clean body, the slogan for one and all. As a bedtime farewell, the twins then recited, as they had recently recited at the Congregational Festival, one of their father's minor lyrics. What does little birdie say on the sill at break o' day? Hurrah for health in Nautilus, for Pa and Ma and all of us. Hooray, hooray, hooray. There, my popsy-wopsies, up to bed we go, said Mrs. Pickerbaugh. Don't you think, Mrs. Arrowsmith, they're natural-born actresses? They're not afraid of any audience, and the way they throw themselves into it, perhaps not Broadway, but the more refined theaters in New York would just love them. And maybe they've been sent to us to elevate the drama. Up-see-go! During her absence, the others gave a brief musical program. Verbena, the second oldest, played Chaminade. Of course, we all love music and popularize it among the neighbors, but Verby is perhaps the only real musical genius in the family. But the unexpected feature was Orchid's cornet solo. Martin dared not look at Leora. It was not that he was sniffly superior to cornet solos, for in Elk Mills, Wheatsylvania, and surprisingly large portions of Zenith, cornet solos were done by the most virtuous females. But he felt that he had been in a madhouse for dozens of years. "I've never been so drunk in my life. I wish I could get at a drink and sober up," he agonized. He made hysterical and completely impractical plans for escape. Then Mrs. Pickerbaugh, returning from the still audible twins, sat down at the harp. While she played, a faded woman and thickish, she fell into a great dreaming, and suddenly Martin had a picture of her as a gay, good, dove-like maiden who had admired the energetic young medical student, Almus Pickerbaugh. She must have been a veritable girl of the late 80s and the early 90s, the naive and idyllic age of Howells, when young men were pure, when they played croquet and sang Swanee River, a girl who sat on a front porch enchanted by the sweetness of lilacs, and hoped that when Almus and she were married, they would have a nickel-plated base-burner stove, and a son who would become a missionary or a millionaire. For the first time that evening, Martin managed to put a respectable heartiness into his "enjoyed that so much." He felt victorious and somewhat recovered from his weakness. But the evening's orgy was only begun. They played word games, which Martin hated, and Leora did very badly indeed. They acted charades, at which Pickerbaugh was tremendous. The sight of him on the floor, in his wife's fur coat, being a seal on an ice floe, was incomparable. Then Martin, Orchid and Hibisca, aged 12, had to present a charade, and there were complications. Orchid was as full of simple affections, of smilings and pattings and bouncings, as her younger sisters, but she was 19, and not altogether a child. Doubtless she was as pure-minded and as devoted to clean and wholesome novels as Dr. Pickerbaugh stated, and he stated it with frequency, but she was not unconscious of young men, even though they were married. She planned to enact the word doleful, with a beggar asking a dole and a corn-crib full. As they skipped upstairs to dress, she hugged Martin's arm, frisked beside him, and murmured, "Oh, doctor, I'm so glad Daddy has you for assistant, somebody that's young and good-looking. Oh, was that dreadful of me? But I mean, you look so athletic and everything, and the other assistant director, don't tell Daddy I said so, but he was an old crank." He was conscious of brown eyes and unshadowed virginal lips. As Orchid put on her agreeably loose costume as a beggar, he was also conscious of ankles and young bosom. She smiled at him as one who had long known him, and said loyally, "We'll show 'em. I know you're a dandy actor." When they bustled downstairs, as she did not take his arm, he took hers, and he pressed it slightly, and felt alarmed, and relinquished it with emphasis. Since his marriage he had been so absorbed in Leora, as lover, as companion, as helper, that till this hour his most devastating adventure had been a glance at a pretty girl in a train. But the flushed young gaiety of Orchid disturbed him. He wanted to be rid of her. He hoped that he would not be altogether rid of her, and for the first time in years he was afraid of Leora's eyes. There were acrobatic feats later, and a considerable prominence of Orchid, who did not wear stays, who loved dancing, and who praised Martin's feats in the game of Follow the Leader. All the girls, save Orchid, were sent to bed, and the rest of the fête consisted of what Pickerbaugh called a little quiet, scientific conversation by the fireside, made up of his observations on good roads, rural sanitation, ideals in politics, and methods of letter filing in health departments. Through this placid hour, or it may have been an hour and a half, Martin saw that Orchid was observing his hair, his jaw, his hands, and he had, and dismissed, and had again, a thought about the innocent agreeableness of holding her small friendly paw. He also saw that Leora was observing both of them, and he suffered a good deal, and had practically no benefit whatever from Pickerbaugh's notes on the value of disinfectants. When Pickerbaugh predicted for Nautilus, in 15 years, a health department thrice as large, with many full-time clinic and school physicians, and possibly Martin as director, Pickerbaugh himself having gone off to mysterious and interesting activities in a larger field, Martin merely croaked, "Yes, that'd be fine," while to himself he was explaining, "Damn that girl, I wish she wouldn't shake herself at me." At 8:30 he had pictured his escape as life's highest ecstasy. At 12 he took leave with nervous hesitation. They walked to the hotel. Free from the sight of Orchid, brisk in the coolness, he forgot the chit and pawed again the problem of his work in Nautilus. "Lord, I don't know whether I can do it. To work under that gas bag with his fool pieces about boozers." "They weren't so bad," protested Leora. "Bad? Why, he's probably the worst poet that ever lived. and he certainly knows less about epidemiology than I thought any one man could ever learn all by himself. But when it comes to this, what was it Cliff Clawson used to call it? By the way, wonder what's ever become of Cliff. Haven't heard from him for a couple of years. When it comes to this overpowering Christian domesticity, oh, let's hunt for a blind pig and sit around with the nice restful burglars. She insisted, I thought his poems were kind of cute. Cute? What a word! It's no worse than the cuss words you're always using. But the cornet yowling by that awful oldest daughter, ugh! Well now, she played darn well. Martin, the cornet is the kind of an instrument my brother would play, and you so superior about the doctor's poetry and my saying cute. You're just as much a backwoods hick as I am, and maybe more so. Why gee, Leora, I never knew you to get sore about nothing before. And can't you understand how important, you see, a man like Pickerbaugh makes all public health work simply ridiculous by his circusing and his ignorance. If he said that fresh air was a good thing, instead of making me open my windows, it'd make me or any other reasonable person close 'em. And to use the word science in those flop-eared limericks, or whatever you call 'em, it's sacrilege. Well, if you want to know, Martin Arrowsmith, I'll have no more of these hijinks with that orchid girl. Practically hugging her when you came downstairs, and then mooning at her all evening. I don't mind your cursing and being cranky and even getting drunk, in a reasonable sort of way, but ever since the lunch when you told me and that fox woman, I hope you girls won't mind, but I just happened to remember that I'm engaged to both of you. You're mine, and I won't have any trespassers. I'm a cave woman, and you'd better learn it. And as for that orchid, with her simper and her stroking your arm and her great big absurd feet, orchid. She's no orchid. She's a bachelor's button. But honest, I don't even remember which of the 8 she was. Huh, then you've been making love to all of 'em. That's why. Drat her. Well, I'm not going to go on scrapping about it. I just wanted to warn you, that's all. At the hotel, after giving up the attempt to find a short, jovial, convincing way of promising that he would never flirt with Orchid, he stammered, If you don't mind, I think I'll stay down and walk a little more. I've got to figure this health department business out. He sat in the Sims House office. Singularly dismal it was, after midnight, and singularly smelly. That fool Pickerbaugh. I wish I'd told him right out that we know hardly anything about the epidemiology of tuberculosis, for instance. Just the same, she's a darling child. Orchid. She's like an orchid. No, she's too healthy. Be a great kid to go hunting with. Sweet. And she acted as if I were her own age, not an old doctor. I'll be good, oh, I'll be good, but I'd like to kiss her once. Good. She likes me. Those darling lips, like rosebuds. Poor Leora, I never was so astonished in my life. Jealous. Well, she's got a right to be. No woman ever stood by a man like Lee. Sweet, can't you see, idiot? If I skipped round the corner with 17 billion orchids, it'd be you I loved, and never anybody but you. I can't go round singing healthet octet pantalette stuff, even if it did instruct people, which it don't. Be almost better to let 'em die than have to live and listen to. Leora said I was a backwoods hick. Let me tell you, young woman, as it happens, I'm a Bachelor of Arts, and you may recall the kind of books the backwoods hick was reading to you last winter, and even Henry James, and everybody, and... Oh, she's right. I am. I do know how to make pipettes and agar. But, and yet some day I want to travel like Sondeleus. Sondeleus. God, if it were he I was working for, instead of Pickerbaugh, I'd slave for him. Or does he pull the bunk too? Now that's just what I mean. That kind of phrase, pull the bunk. Horrible. Hell, I'll use any kind of phrase I want to. I'm not one of your social climbers like Angus. The way Sondeleus cusses, for instance, and yet he's used to all those highbrows. And I'll be so busy here in Nautilus that I won't even be able to go on reading. Still, I don't suppose they read much, but there must be quite a few of these rich men here that know about nice houses, clothes, theaters, that stuff. Rats. He wandered to an all-night lunch wagon where he gloomily drank coffee. Beside him, seated at the long shelf which served as table, beneath the noble red glass window with a portrait of George Washington, was a policeman who, as he gnawed a hamburger sandwich, demanded, "Say, ain't you this new doctor that's come to assist Pickerbaugh? Seen you at City Hall." "Yes. Say, how does the city like Pickerbaugh? How do you like him? Tell me honestly, because I'm just starting in, and, you get me." With his spoon held inside the cup by a brawny thumb, the policeman gulped his coffee and proclaimed, while the greasy friendly cook of the lunch wagon nodded in agreement, "Well, if you want the straight dope, he hollers a good deal, but he's one awful brainy man. He certainly can sling the Queen's English. And you ever hear one of his poems? They're darn bright. I'll tell you, there's some people say Pickerbaugh pulls the song and dance too much, but way I figure it, course maybe for you and me, Doctor, it'd be all right if he just looked after the milk and the garbage and the kids' teeth. But there's a lot of careless, ignorant, foreign slobs that need to be jollied into using their conchs about these health business, so they won't go getting sick with a lot of these infectious diseases and pass 'em on to the rest of us. And believe me, old Doc Pickerbaugh is the boy that gets the idea into their noodles. Yes, sir, he's a great old coot. He ain't a clam like some of these docs. Why, say, one day he showed up at the St. Patrick picnic, even if he is a dirty Protestant, and him and Father Costello chummed up like two old cronies, and darn if he didn't wrestle a fellow half his age, and awful near throw him. Yes, you bet he did. He certainly give that young fellow a run for his money, all right. We fellows on the force all like him, and we have to grin the way he comes around and soft-soaps us into doing a lot of health work that by law we ain't hardly supposed to do, you might say, instead of issuing a lot of fool orders. You bet. He's a real guy. "I see," said Martin, and as he returned to the hotel he meditated. But think of what Gottlieb would say about him. Damn Gottlieb. Damn everybody except Leora. I'm not going to fail here, way I did in Wheatsylvania. Some day Pickerbaugh will get a bigger job. He's just the kind of jollying four-flusher that would climb. But anyway, I'll have my training then, and maybe I'll make a real health department here. Orchid said we'd go skating this winter. Damn Orchid. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Martin found in Dr. Pickerbaugh a generous chief. He was eager to have Martin invent and clamor about his own causes and movements. His scientific knowledge was rather thinner than that of the visiting nurses, but he had little jealousy, and he demanded of Martin only the belief that a rapid and noisy moving from place to place is the means and possibly the end of progress. In a two-family house on Social Hill, which is not a hill but a slight swelling in the plain, Martin and Leora found an upper floor. There was a simple pleasantness in these continuous lawns, these wide maple-shaded streets, and a joy in freedom from the peering whispers of Wheatsylvania. Suddenly they were being courted by the nice society of Nautilus. A few days after their arrival, Martin was summoned to the telephone to hear a masculine voice rasping, "Hello, Martin. I bet you can't guess who this is." Martin, very busy, restrained his desire to observe, "You win. Goodbye." And he buzzed, with the cordiality suitable to a new assistant director, No, I'm afraid I can't. Well, make a guess. Oh, Cliff Clawson? Nope. Say, I see you're looking fine. Oh, I guess I've got you guessing this time. Go on, have another try. The stenographer was waiting to take letters, and Martin had not yet learned to become impersonal and indifferent in her presence. He said with a perceptible tartness, "Oh, I suppose it's President Wilson. Look here." "Well, Mart, it's Irv Waters. What do you know about that?" Apparently the jester expected large gratification, but it took 10 seconds for Martin to remember who Irving Waters might be. Then he had it. Waters, the appalling normal medical student whose faith in the good, the true, the profitable had annoyed him at Digamma Pi. He made his response as hearty as he could. "Well, well, what you doin' here, Irv?" "Why, I'm settled here. Been here ever since internship. And got a nice little practice, too. Look, Mart, Mrs. Waters and I want you and your wife, I believe you are married, aren't you? To come up to the house for dinner tomorrow evening, and I'll put you onto all the local slants." The dread of Waters' patronage enabled Martin to lie vigorously. Awfully sorry. Got a date for tomorrow evening and the next evening." "Then come have lunch with me tomorrow at the Elks Club, and you and your wife take dinner with us Sunday noon." Hopelessly. "I don't think I can make it for lunch, but, well, we'll dine with you Sunday." It is one of the major tragedies that nothing is more discomforting than the hearty affection of the old friends who never were friends. Martin's imaginative dismay at being caught here by Waters was not lessened when Leora and he reluctantly appeared on Sunday at 1:30 and were by a fury of old friendship dragged back into the days of Digamma Pi. Waters' house was new, and furnished in a highly built-in and leaded glass manner. He had in 3 years of practice already become didactic and incredibly married. He had put on weight and infallibility, and he had learned many new things about which to be dull. Having been graduated a year earlier than Martin, and having married an almost rich wife, he was kind and hospitable with an emphasis which aroused a desire to do homicide. His conversation was a series of maxims and admonitions. If you stay with the Department of Public Health for a couple of years, and take care to meet the right people, you'll be able to go into very lucrative practice here. It's a fine town, prosperous, so few deadbeats. You want to join the country club and take up golf. Best opportunity in the world to meet the substantial citizens. I've picked up more than one high-class patient there. Pickerbaw's a good active man and a fine booster, but he's got a bad socialistic tendency. These clinics, outrageous. The people that go to them that can afford to pay. Pauperize people. Now this may startle you, you and a lot of crank notions when you were in school. But you aren't the only one that does some thinking for himself. Sometimes I believe it'd be better for the general health situation if there weren't any public health departments at all, because they get a lot of people into the habit of going to free clinics instead of to private physicians, and cut down the earnings of the doctors and reduce their number, so there are less of us to keep a watchful eye on sickness. I guess by this time you've gotten over the funny ideas you used to have about being practical. Commercialism, you used to call it. You can see now that you've got to support your wife and family, and if you don't, nobody else is going to. Any time you want a straight tip about people here, you just come to me. Pickerbaugh is a crank. He won't give you the right dope. The people you want to tie up with are the good, solid, conservative, successful businessmen. Then Mrs. Waters had her turn. She was meaty with advice, being the daughter of a prosperous person, none other than Mr. S.A. Peasley, the manufacturer of the Daisy Manure Spreader. "You haven't any children?" she sobbed at Leora. "Oh, you must. Irving and I have 2, and you don't know what an interest they are to us, and they keep us so young." Martin and Leora looked at each other pitifully. After dinner, Irving insisted on their recalling the good times we used to have at the dear old U. He took no denial. You always want to make folks think you're eccentric, Mart. You pretend you haven't any college patriotism, but I know better. I know you're showing off. You admire the old place and our profs just as much as anybody. Maybe I know you better than you do yourself. Come on now, let's give a long cheer and sing Winnemac, Mother of Brawny Men. And, don't be silly, of course you're going to sing, said Mrs. Waters as she marched to the piano, with which she dealt in a firm manner. When they had politely labored through the fried chicken and brick ice cream, through the maxims, gurglings, and memories, Martin and Leora went forth and spoke in tongues. Pickerbaugh must be a saint if Waters roasts him. I begin to believe he has sense enough to come in when it rains. In their common misery, they forgot that they had been agitated by a girl named Orchid. Part 2. Between Pickerbaugh and Irving Waters, Martin was drafted into many of the associations, clubs, lodges, and causes with which Nautilus foamed, into the Chamber of Commerce, the Moccasin Ski and Hiking Club, the Elks Club, the Oddfellows, and the Evangeline County Medical Society. He resisted, but they said in a high, hurt manner, "Why, my boy, if you're going to be a public official, and if you have the slightest appreciation of their efforts to make you welcome here—" Leora and he found themselves with so many invitations that they, who deplored the dullness of Wheatsylvania, complained now that they could have no quiet evenings at home. But they fell into the habit of social ease, of dressing, of going places without nervous anticipation. They modernized their rustic dancing. They learned to play bridge, rather badly, and tennis rather well. And Martin, not by virtue of heroism, but merely by habit, got out of the way of resenting the chirp of small talk. Probably they were never recognized by their hostesses as pirates, but considered a bright young couple who, since they were protégés of Pickerbaugh, must be earnest and forward-looking, and who, since they were patronized by Irving and Mrs. Waters, must be respectable. Waters took them in hand and kept them there. He had so thick a rind that it was impossible for him to understand that Martin's frequent refusals of his invitations could conceivably mean that he did not wish to come. He detected traces of heterodoxy in Martin, and with affection, diligence, and an extraordinary heavy humor, he devoted himself to the work of salvation. Frequently he sought to entertain other guests by urging, "Come on now, Mart, let's hear some of those crazy ideas of yours." His friendly zeal was drab compared with that of his wife. Mrs. Waters had been reared by her father and by her husband to believe that she was the final fruit of the ages, and she set herself to correct the barbarism of the Arrowsmiths. She rebuked Martin's dams, Leora's smoking, and both their theories of bidding at bridge. But she never nagged. To have nagged would have been to admit that there were persons who did not acknowledge her sovereignty. She merely gave orders, brief, humorous, and introduced by a strident, "Now don't be silly," and she expected that to settle the matter. Martin groaned, "Oh Lord, between Pickerbaugh and Irv, it's easier to become a respectable member of society than to go on fighting." But Waters and Pickerbaugh were not so great a compulsion to respectability as the charms of finding himself listened to in Nautilus as he never had been in Wheatsylvania, and of finding himself admired by Orchid. Part 3. He had been seeking a precipitation test for the diagnosis of syphilis, which should be quicker and simpler than the Wassermann. His slackened fingers and rusty mind were becoming used to the laboratory and to passionate hypotheses when he was dragged away to help Pickerbaugh in securing publicity. He was coaxed into making his first speech, an address on What the Laboratory Teaches About Epidemics, for the Sunday afternoon free lecture course of the Star of Hope Universalist Church. He was flustered when he tried to prepare his notes, and on the morning of the affair he was chill as he remembered the dreadful thing he would do this day. But he was desperate with embarrassment when he came up to the Star of Hope Church. People were crowding in, mature, responsible people. He quaked. They're coming to hear me, and I haven't got a darn thing to say to him. It made him feel the more ridiculous that they, who presumably wished to listen to him, should not be aware of him, and that the usher, profusely shaking hands at the Byzantine portal, should bluster, "You'll find plenty room right up the side aisles, young man." "I'm the speaker for the afternoon." Oh, yes, doctor. Right round to the Beavis Street entrance, if you please, doctor." In the parlors, he was unctuously received by the pastor and a committee of 3, wearing mourning clothes and a manner of Christian intellectuality. They held his hand in turn. They brought up rustling women to meet him. They stood about him in a polite and twittery circle, and dismayingly they expected him to say something intelligent. Then, suffering, ghastly frightened, dumb, he was led through an arched doorway into the auditorium. Millions of faces were staring at his apologetic insignificance. Faces in the curving lines of pews, faces in the low balcony, eyes which followed him and doubted him and noted that his heels were run down. The agony grew while he was prayed over and sung over. The pastor and the lay chairman of the lecture course opened with suitable devotions. While Martin trembled and tried to look brazenly at the massed people who were looking at him, while he sat nude and exposed and unprotected on the high platform, the pastor made announcement of the Thursday missionary supper and the little lads' marching club. They sang a brief cheerful hymn or two, Martin wondering whether to sit or stand, and the chairman prayed that "our friend who will address us today may have power to put his message across." Through the prayer, Martin sat with his forehead in his hand, feeling foolish and raving, "I guess this is the proper attitude. They're all gawping at me. Gosh, won't he ever quit? Oh, damn it. Now what was that point I was going to make about fumigation? Oh, Lord, he's winding up, and I've got to shoot." Somehow he was standing by the reading desk, holding it for support, and his voice seemed to be going on, producing reasonable words. The blur of faces cleared, and he saw individuals. He picked out a keen old man and tried to make him laugh and marvel. He found Leora toward the back, nodding to him, reassuring him. He dared to look away from the path of faces directly in front of him. He glanced at the balcony. The audience perceived a young man who was being earnest about sera and vaccines, but, while his voice buzzed on, that churchly young man had noted 2 silken ankles distinguishing the front row of the balcony, had discovered that they belonged to Orchid Pickerbaugh, and that she was flashing down admiration. At the end, Martin had the most enthusiastic applause ever known. All lecturers, after all lecturers, are gratified by that kind of applause, and the chairman said the most flattering things ever uttered, and the audience went out with the most remarkable speed ever witnessed, and Martin discovered himself holding Orchid's hand in the parlors while she warbled in the most adorable voice ever heard, "Oh, Dr. Arrowsmith, you were just wonderful. Most of these lecturers are old stuffs, but you put it right over. I'm going to dash home and tell Dad. He'll be so tickled." Not till then did he find that Leora had made her way to the parlors and was looking at them like a wife. As they walked home, Leora was eloquently silent. "Well, did you like my spiel?" he said, after a suitable time of indignant waiting. "Yes, it wasn't bad. It must have been awfully hard to talk to those stupid people." "Stupid? What do you mean by stupid? They got me splendidly. They were fine." "Were they? Well, anyway, thank heaven you won't have to keep up this silly gassing. Pickerbaugh likes to hear himself talk too well to let you in on it very often." "I didn't mind it. Fact, don't know but what it's a good thing to have to express myself publicly now and then. Makes you think more lucidly. As, for instance, the nice, lovely, lucid politicians. Now you look here, Lee. Of course we know your husband is a mutt and no good outside the laboratory, but I do think you might pretend to be a little enthusiastic over the first address he's ever made, the very first he's ever tackled, when it went off so well. Why, silly, I was enthusiastic. I applauded a lot. I thought you were terribly smart. It's just, there's other things I think you can do better. What shall we do tonight? Have a cold snack at home or go to the cafeteria? Thus was he reduced from hero to husband, and he had all the pleasures of inappreciation. He thought about his indignities the whole week, but with the coming of winter there was a fever of dully sprightly dinners and safely wild bridge, and their first evening at home, their first opportunity for secure and comfortable quarrelling, was on Friday. They sat down to what he announced as getting back to some real reading, like physiology, and a little of this fellow Arnold Bennett, nice quiet reading, but which consisted of catching up on the news notes in the medical journals. He was restless. He threw down his magazine. He demanded, "What are you going to wear at Pickerbaw's snow picnic tomorrow?" "Oh, I haven't. I'll find something." "Lee, I want to ask you, why the devil did you say I talked too much at Dr. Strafford's last evening? I know I've got most of the faults going, but I didn't know talking too much was one of 'em." "It hasn't been, till now." "Till now?" "You look here, Sandy Arrowsmith. You've been pouting like a bad brat all week. What's the matter with you?" "Well, gosh, it makes me tired. Here everybody is so enthusiastic about my Star of Hope spiel. That note in the Morning Frontiersman, and Pickerbaugh says Orchid said it was a corker, and you never so much as peep." "Didn't I applaud? But it's just that I hope you aren't going to keep up this drooling." "You do you? Well, let me tell you, I am going to keep it up. Not that I'm going to talk a lot of hot air. I gave 'em straight science last Sunday, and they ate it up. I hadn't realized it isn't necessary to be mushy to hold an audience. And the amount of good you can do. Why, I got across more health instruction and ideas about the value of the lab in that 3/4 of an hour than... I don't care for being a big gun, but it's fine to have people where they have to listen to what you've got to say, that they can't butt in, where they did in Wheatsylvania. You bet I'm going to keep up what you so politely call my damn fool drooling. Sandy, it may be all right for some people, but not for you. I can't tell you. That's one reason why I haven't said more about your talk. I can't tell you how astonished I am to hear you, who are always sneering at what you call sentimentality, simply weeping over the dear little tots. I never said that, never used the phrase, and you know it. And by God, you talk about sneering. Just let me tell you that the public health movement, by correcting early faults in children, by looking after their eyes and tonsils and so on, can save millions of lives and make a future generation... I know it. I love children much more than you do, but I mean all this ridiculous simpering... Well, gosh, somebody has to do it. You can't work with people till you educate them. There's where old Pick, even if he is an imbecile, does such good work with his poems and all that stuff. Probably be a good thing if I could write 'em. Golly, wonder if I couldn't learn to. They're horrible. Now there's a fine consistency for you. The other evening you called 'em cute. I don't have to be consistent. I'm a mere woman. You, Martin Arrowsmith, you'd be the first to tell me so. And for Dr. Pickerbaugh, they're all right, but not for you. You belong in a laboratory, finding out things, not advertising them. Do you remember once in Wheatsylvania, for 5 minutes you almost thought of joining a church and being a respectable citizen? Are you going on for the rest of your life, stumbling into respectability and having to be dug out again? Will you never learn you're a barbarian? By God, I am. And what was that other lovely thing you called me? I'm also, soul of my soul, a damn backwoods hick. And a fine lot you help, when I want to settle down to a decent and useful life and not go round antagonizing people. You, the one that ought to believe in me, you're the first one to crab. Maybe Orchid Pickerball would help you better. She probably would. Believe me, she's a darling, and she did appreciate my spiel at the church. And if you think I'm going to sit up all night listening to you sneering at my work and my friends, I'm going to have a hot bath. Good night. In the bath, he gasped that it was impossible he should have been quarreling with Leora. Why? She was the only person in the world, besides Gottlieb and Sondeleus and Cliff Clausen. By the way, where was Cliff? Still in New York? Didn't Cliff owe him a letter? But anyway, he was a fool to have lost his temper, even if she was so stubborn that she wouldn't adjust her opinions, couldn't see that he had a gift for influencing people. Nobody would ever stand by him as she had, and he loved her. He dried himself violently. He dashed in with repentances. They told each other that they were the most reasonable persons living. They kissed with eloquence, and then Leora reflected, "Just the same, my lad, I'm not going to help you fool yourself. You're not a booster. You're a lie hunter. Funny, you'd think to hear about these lie hunters, like Professor Gottlieb and your old Voltaire. They couldn't be fooled. But maybe they were like you, always trying to get away from the tiresome truth, always hoping to settle down and be rich, always selling their souls to the devil and then going and double-crossing the poor devil. I think, she sat up in bed, holding her temples in the labor of articulation. You're different from Professor Gottlieb. He never makes mistakes or wastes time on... He wasted time at Hunziker's nostrum factory all right, and his title is doctor, not professor, and if you must give him a... If he went to Hunziker's, he had some good reason. He's a genius. He couldn't be wrong. Or could he? Even he? But anyway, you, Sandy, you have to stumble every so often, have to learn by making mistakes. I will say one thing, you learn from your crazy mistakes, but I get a little tired sometimes watching you rush up and put your neck in every noose, like a blinking orator, or yearning over your orchid. Well, by golly, after I come in here trying to make peace, it's a good thing you never make any mistakes, but one perfect person in a household is enough. He banged into bed. Silence. Soft sounds of, Mart, Sandy. He ignored her, proud that he could be hard with her, and so fell asleep. At breakfast, when he was ashamed and eager, she was curt. I don't care to discuss it, she said. In that very mood, they went on Saturday afternoon to the Pickerbaws' snow picnic. Part 4. Dr. Pickerbaugh owned a small log cabin in a scanty grove of oaks among the hillocks north of Nautilus. A dozen of them drove out in a bobsled filled with straw and blue woolly robes. The sleigh bells were exciting, and the children leaped out to run beside the sled. The school physician, a bachelor, was attentive to Leora. Twice he tucked her in, and that, for Nautilus, was almost compromising. In jealousy, Martin turned openly and completely to Orchid. He grew interested in her, not for the sake of disciplining Leora, but for her own rosy sweetness. She was wearing a tweed jacket, with a tam, a flamboyant scarf, and the first breeches any girl had dared to display in Nautilus. She patted Martin's knee, and when they rode behind the sled on a perilous toboggan, she held his waist resolutely. She was calling him Dr. Martin now, and he had come to a warm Orchid. At the cabin there was a clamor of disembarkation. Together, Martin and Orchid carried in the hamper of food. Together they slid down the hillocks on skis. When their skis were entangled, they rolled into a drift, and as she clung to him, unafraid and unembarrassed, it seemed to him that in the roughness of tweeds she was but the softer and more wonderful, eyes fearless, cheeks brilliant as she brushed the coating of wet snow from them, flying legs of a slim boy, shoulders adorable in their pretense of sturdy boyishness. "But I'm a sentimental fool. Leora was right," he snarled at himself. "I thought you had some originality. And poor little Orchid, she'd be shocked if she knew how sneak-minded you are." But poor little Orchid was coaxing. "Come on, Dr. Martin, let's shoot off that high bluff. We're the only ones that have any pep." "That's because we're the only young ones." "It's because you're so young. I'm dreadfully old. I just sit and moon when you rave about your epidemics and things." He saw that, with her infernal school physician, Leora was sliding on a distant slope. It may have been pique, and it may have been relief, that he was licensed to be alone with Orchid. But he ceased to speak to her as though she were a child, and he a person laden with wisdom, ceased to speak to her as though he were looking over his shoulder. They raced to the high bluff. They skied down it and fell. They had one glorious swooping slide, and wrestled in the snow. They returned to the cabin together, to find the others away. She stripped off her wet sweater and patted her soft blouse. They ferreted out a thermos of hot coffee, and he looked at her as though he was going to kiss her, and she looked back at him as though she did not mind. As they lay out the food, they hummed with the intimacy of understanding, and when she trilled, "Now hurry up, lazy one, and put those cups on that horrid old table," it was as one who was content to be with him forever. They said nothing compromising. They did not hold hands, and as they rode home in the electric snow-flying darkness, though they sat shoulder by shoulder, he did not put his arms about her, except when the bobsled slewed on sharp corners. If Martin was exalted with excitement, it was presumably caused by the wholesome exercises of the day. Nothing happened, and nobody looked uneasy. At parting, all their farewells were cheery and helpful. And Leora made no comments, though for a day or two there was about her a chill air which the busy Martin did not investigate. End of chapter 20.